Hey there, Sejun. 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 Okay, back to what I was doing. I'm feeling a lot better, but my son isn't. He finally got hit with the symptoms and everything today. He's had a fever, so that's been concerning. But he's all right. For now, he's stable. You know, we don't need to take him to the hospital or anything like that. Just keep an eye on him. Just one of those things. I don't like watching my kid be sick, but that's where we're at. What? Why are you over there? Don't be over there. That's an easy way to fix this. You shouldn't be there. You should be over here, where the fighting is. The combat. The war. Alright. See, my big problem with this situation I've been in is that it's like impossible to get my allies to do anything without them just doing it on their own. And I hate that because they're just like, let's make an attack. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that there. Okay, you're dead. Like, if I don't back them up, they're dead. But, like, anytime I make a smart move, and I'm like, okay, I could use some little bit of backup, they're like, no, we're just going to stand here. Well, what do you need help for? I'm like, well, I was thinking because I might die, but, you know, if you'd rather just not help, I guess you don't really have to. One of those things. I don't feel like I'm asking for much, though. It's kind of where I'm at with it. But, you know, you guys do you, I guess. Me and Dwight D. Eisenhower here will just do everything. It's okay, guys. And heck, we wouldn't even have an invasion if I hadn't done it. Anytime the AI tried to do it, they just got obliterated. They tried to do it up here, even though I had done it over here. And they're like, we're going to land over here. Why? That's not even close to where I'm at. I can't possibly get to you, and you're dead. Of course you are. You know. Get that armor up there. A little concerned about how to push in up here. I want that. I want that. But it's a fort, so it's not gonna go down easy. And we can circle around and probably cut them off from the Spanish border. That would certainly help. Wouldn't fix every problem I got going on here, but it would help. I don't think they're even defending this area, so I can just do this. Where are you guys at? Oh, okay, I see the problem here. We'll have you start bombing it. No, don't do that. You. That. And you can go out here. Mission. You have a mission. I'm looking at it. You clearly have a mission. Okay, that's not what we were talking about. I got it. No! It's just this one. There we go. Alright. You guys join the European. Yeah, thank you. What is going? Enemy has air superiority. Yeah, I believe it. Pacific Theater's not going great. I mean, I have a sizable navy. It's just trying to get things under control. I can't really make any land-based progress. Not their lack of trying, mind you. Let's get back to the other side of things here. What are we looking at? Did we get the... Yes, we did. Okay, now we cut them off from that border. Can we cut them off from... Do I want to go... I don't know if I want to overextend that far. I could take that, but then... That's risky. That's risky the more I push that, because I'm not sure how many troops they have over here. Oh, thank you. Okay. He seems better right now, I know. That's good. I guess we'll hit him. What's up? I know. It's been there. We've been sick. We went over this. I'll clean it up. Remember when I used to make train content? I still make train content. Are you sassing me? Trains aren't like a thing that I don't talk about. I do at least one video a week that's train-based. Just because I branched out a bit doesn't mean that that's not a thing I'm going to continue doing. Ooh, that's a lot of... I would need them to actually commit to some kind of legitimate assault there, because I can't do that. Well, I would have to condense my forces, and I'm too spread out right now. Okay, so... I need to be able to reinforce faster. I need more military factories. Just throw them all over the place. I don't care. There we go. Thank you. No. Okay. Research finished for a new gun. Pause, hold on. Because I need to stop producing the old obsolete one. And replace it with the new, bigger, advanced artillery. Oh yeah. Right now, Australia is absolutely destroying Italy. Which, I mean, it's Mussolini, so it's not hard. But you know, good for them, I guess. They're doing a bang up job down there. So I don't worry about the Italians right now. I'm more worried about, like, right now I'm dealing with frickin' Vichy France, which is driving me nuts. Like, give it up. Like, you don't even want to be on this side, okay? And I think you know that. But Hitler's pushing back the Soviets pretty hard. The last game I played, which I didn't stream because I was sick, and I tried. The first day I got sick, I tried to stream, and I just couldn't talk. I was just too physically weak. But I've been playing this for the last couple days, trying to figure out. But the last game I played, contrary to history, the Germans totally beat the Soviets, so Hitler had control of most of Asia, and I just couldn't do anything about that. There was just nothing I could do. Like, I even had nukes, and I couldn't land my forces fast enough to push them back at any stage. It was impossible. Right now, my situation, I'm worried about, you know, the Reich extending, but I think we still got plenty of time. The Soviets still got quite a bit of territory. Now the Japanese are irritating me. They are. They have made my life very difficult. MacArthur has a decent force down there, but the problem is their naval presence is stupid, and the MITS has been struggling a bit trying to deal with that problem. So we'll see how that goes. Either way, I just gotta get back to whatever we're doing here. You know, if I can get a sizable lead up here, I can start getting more assets and things like that to help me in the Pacific, or can at least, you know, not have to worry about, you know, a separate war on the other side of the planet. You know, knock out the European theater, I can focus on the Pacific and deal with that all at once. I can send Eisenhower over there with troops from this side, and then they can deal, you know, and deal with that just fine. But that's one of those things where it's like, what is even happening? Yo, and believe me, I used them. Do you have any, like everyone's, like, there were so many nukes that went off. I bombed so many cities, and it didn't matter. I don't know how many lives were lost by my nuclear holocaust, but I assure you, it didn't actually mean anything. Oh, shoot. My troops are cut off over here. How did you guys even let that happen? Yeah, right now the Germans are sending a letter to my American forces. Can you please surrender? And we're just going to reply, nuts! That will be our official response. That's how we feel about the situation. Okay, what we got? It's 1943. Oh, let me look around real quick. See what else I have that I haven't touched. I have been messing with my navy. You relax. Don't you tell me what to do. Are these guys still stuck here? Call it a tactical retreat. You have an opening. Go. Good God. Ah, shoot. I think I lost those guys. Well, I guess what's what happen when you depend on the UK for defense. Ayo! Sorry. Okay, you unspeak. Just. No, don't go that way. Go this way. Wait, based off of a drawing of crayons? I assume you mean a crayon drawing, but now I'm picturing just like a drawing of literal crayons, like someone drew, probably in crayon, a drawing of crayons, and that's their diesel proposal. It's just a drawing of crayons. They haven't. It's a drawing of a drawing of crayons. It's just so many crayons. It's not even a diesel. They just present a giant crayon as the new BR diesel, and they're like, yes, we'll take all of them. How have I been doing with COVID? I mean, I'm better than I was. I still, I know this is still a little stuffy. I still got kind of a cough, but I'm not like nearly as bad as I was. For a couple days, I basically didn't even want to move. It's rough. If any of you guys haven't had it, I wouldn't recommend it. If you put it that way. My son though has just come down with a fever today. He seems to be better right now, but for most of the day he was not doing great, and I was worried. But he seems all right for the moment. So that's better news. Victory, yes, excellent. Good work, Nimitz. Eisenhower is losing a lot of... I don't like that situation. Hey, Free France, UK, guys. Can any of you... Free France, you have so many... You have 5 divisions here. What are you doing? Why are they back there? It doesn't even make sense. What are you protecting? They're not going to come from this direction. I have a navy out... I hate all of you. So... I would like to take Montpiello right now. Looks like we're about to. They're not even guarding it. Yep, now we have it. Okay, now we have that. So that's something. Puts us in a much better position. And I guess we'll move out against. They're not going to guard that either. I am totally in favor of just taking their unguarded territory. I have no issue with doing that. Every little bit helps. I don't know why they'd assume that I wouldn't do that, because I assure you, I will. And there too. Yeah, that's fine. I think their forces are getting stretched pretty thin too. Now you better run. Do. See, right now everyone's having a really pleasant discussion with the Isle of Eniwetok. Looks like we're winning. We do have naval support, obviously, which is good. That's what we need. Speaking of, Nimitz, have some... What do we got here? We got some submarines and some destroyers. Have some more of that! You're welcome. What do we got? With their war efforts. We're already helping. What are you asking me to do? I don't... Request from Poland. What is happening? We are already fighting! What are you asking me to do? Call to arms! Yes, the thing we're already in the middle of doing? The heck are you talking about? We have to go to war. We're at war! I'm pretty sure we're already pretty committed to this conflict. All I'm trying to say. We've already taken back nearly half of France. Nearly. Would love to knock Vichy France out of here so I could actually focus on the friggin' Germans. To be fair, the vast majority of the soldiers I'm fighting are the Germans, not Vichy France troops. We have not liberated the French yet. Halfway there. But to be fair, in this particular game, Free France has a sizable, a very large portion of Africa, as does the UK. I'm pretty sure, looking at that, except for Vichy France has Madagascar. The only Vichy France has a territory over here. But for the most part, Africa's covered by allies, not Axis powers. Italy is just so hosed because Australia is destroying them, which is hysterical no matter how many times I look at it. I'm still worried about the Reich, but then the Soviets do have this territory here. So I don't know how well it's going. I mean, I'm sure the Reich is also distracted by the fact that most of their troops are, most of the troops I'm fighting in Vichy France are the Reich, not Vichy French. So they have to be strained to a certain extent. Doctrines available. What we got? Oh, yes. Board observers. See, I'm building up to shock and awe because... Sorry, you guys go help them. You guys keep doing that. You're fine. Looks like we are actually winning that fight. I wasn't sure. I really want those Vichy French tanks out of there. Like, bad. Do not want them there. I don't really want to see them at all. I would like to get to their capital, but getting through there is going to take time. And I do not have... Oh no, horses! God help us. Actually, particularly early, early tech cavalry units are not bad by any means. It just feels weird seeing them on the same field as modern tanks. It's like, I feel like one of these things is gonna be better than the other. Oh, these guys are over in Queensland. How did you even wind up down there? The Japanese pushing us back that hard? Oh, good lord. Well, good news, we took Eniwetok. We did take that. Now we have to work on getting... We have to get to Iwo Jima, so we have to do, actually. Because if I can't land on the Japanese home islands, this doesn't mean anything. But I could probably hopscotch through the Smark Sea. That might make more sense, rather than going straight to Iwo Jima, circle around, get all these islands out from underneath Japanese control. It's not a lot of territory, but it does mean it would mean they would have to take it back, is really where I'm at with it. So logistically, it makes a lot more sense. Because at the moment, I'm not sure I can outright win against the Japanese. But I can definitely make their life more difficult. Oh, hey, look, it's the Australians. Hey, guys! How's everybody doing? Oh, and the Canadians are making progress. Excellent. That's right. Now let me just put the stranglehold on these Italians. Well, blammo! Hey, look, I have horses too. But my horses are full of American freedom. Their lines are collapsing, brothers! Push! Push harder! For freedom! Vive la France! Hold on, I'll say this the British way. We shall fight them on the beaches, and we shall fight them. We shall fight them on the seas. We shall fight them in the fields, and in the cities. We shall fight to the bitter end. We shall never surrender. Hold on. Looks like I got some extra factories to work with. What do I need more of? Oh, sorry about your dad, Cole. I hope he feels better soon. Also, wait, Ted Cruz did a impression of Churchill's "We Shall Never Surrender" speech? Why? What? Really? Ted Cruz? Are we sure? Like, I don't. What? No, 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 no. Yeah, go ahead and post it because honestly, I'm not even sure I should like give into my curiosity on that subject because it just sounds like something that's going to make me personally seethe. And I say that as a like I'm not even, I'm not British, but even I would be like, yo, that's like one of the greatest speeches ever given in like, one of the most trying times, in the UK's history. I'm not sure what he. I almost shudder to think why he would have utilized it. But I can almost guarantee it was not a super appropriate use of it, considering who we're talking about. I don't understand how Ted Cruz still has a job. Like, that's where I'm at. Because, like, even if you are a Republican, that's fine. No issue. I don't even subscribe to a partisan. This is not a me, not a conservative thing. This really isn't even a political thing. Looking at Ted Cruz, looking at the job he's done just as a politician, he's really bad at it. Just in general, he's not even good at being a Republican. Let alone, I don't understand how you can keep voting for somebody. Like, I don't care if he's in your party. He's really bad at his job. Like, get somebody else. There's plenty of other Republicans around. It's Texas. There are plenty of Republicans in Texas. Give the job to anyone else. That's well, you don't have to live here. To give you an example of Ted Cruz and his priorities, genius. So Texas went through a very, very trying time in its history as a state recently, when they got just an absurd amount of snowfall for their state. Texas usually doesn't get any snow, like ever, and it wasn't like a lot by my standards where I live, but for them it was like, basically it shut down their entire power grid. And they weren't actually, they were very independent about everything and weren't actually hooked up to other states to allow, to piggyback off of their grids. So, their whole, people were out of power. People were, freezing to death in their homes. It was a very bad situation. So in that situation, as a, I believe he's a senator. I want to say he's a senator. Maybe he's a congressman. I got to double check. I'm pretty sure, 90% sure he's a senator. Decided, instead of taking steps to help his state as the person elected as an official, that's his job to take care of his state in times of crisis and beyond. What did Ted do? Well, he arranged for his family and him to be flown, I believe it was to Cancun, out of the state. And he only came back when he was called out for. He left his family there, which I was fine with the family thing. If he could afford to get his family out of a bad situation, that's fine. I don't mind that. If you have the means, sure, that makes sense. But you have an obligation, and he basically abandoned his constituents to die in the snow, and only came back when people yelled at him. And then insisted, no, I wasn't really, I was only going to ensure my family. That's why you packed a bag for 6 weeks. Shut up. We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall fight them in the streets and in the fields. We shall fight them. Hey, World War II was a great era for speech givers. FDR was on point with his speech giving too. And today shall be a day that will forever live in infamy, when the forces of the Japanese attacked us unprovoked. No, FDR was a phenomenal president. I will stand by that. He not only excuse me, he led our country out of the Great Depression. For one, he inherited the country in the middle of one of the worst economic disasters ever to strike the entire world. Led us out of the Depression, and then led us straight, into the into the maw, the unavoidable maw of World War II, and led us through that. He only, he died of natural causes very, very close to the end of the war, and his vice Truman finished up. But in terms of a big part of the reason why the UK and America in particular, I think we did so well was that we had phenomenal leaders at the time. Now Churchill wasn't perfect. Neither was FDR. Neither one was necessarily perfect. In retrospect, we could say, well, they did this wrong, they did this, and they were racist, and all this stuff that, Churchill, treated Indians badly. Yes, they did. But given the context of the situation at the time, especially with World War II, I could definitely speak for the UK with this. Churchill was absolutely the prime minister they desperately needed at that time. Without question. They needed a man like Churchill in charge, because that man, his level of he despite his his very meager British polite rumph attitude about him, he's also very much a fight me kind of man, where it's like, oh, you want to chase all our forces away from Dunkirk and force us back to our island, which we will defend to the bitter end, I might add, and now you are bombing our cities. I see. Well, in that case, we are going to break bottles and stab your squirrely ass, Hitler. And if you think for 1 second we won't do that, and I think you're forgetting you're dealing with the mighty British Empire, you bloody cretin. That was Churchill's entire ideology. It was his whole shtick. And FDR was more of a noble statesman type deal, but he was still, he was willing to. The thing about FDR was that he didn't want to get us involved in the war, because none of us really wanted to be in the war. Most of us didn't. But when he had to, oh, you know, the second Pearl Harbor happened, he was like, oh, is that how it is? I see. Well, okay. And we'd already been supporting the UK with supplies for years at that point. That was a big part of, we were initially, we had a neutrality policy, but then later we amended it and we were like, okay, look, we can't just let y'all die. So, would you like some weapons? And perhaps some food? Yes, we would. Oh, good, we got plenty of that. Are you gonna pay us? In the beginning, before France was taken over, the approval originally, when Germany first invaded and things really first started, the rule was that American companies actually weren't allowed to sell to foreign. I forget the term they used, but I think it was something like, it wasn't rogue state, but it was basically it was another country, a country at war. They couldn't sell to countries at war. But then later they amended that and said, okay, yeah, you can, as long as they pay in cash and arrange for their own transport. Then eventually FDR was like, okay, this is getting really awkward. And I believe in one of his speeches he made the analogy where if your neighbor's house is on fire, you lend them a hose and you don't ask for them to pay for it because it just makes sense. Like, why wouldn't you do that? And he viewed the UK and France as our neighbors, so then we started to just straight up give them stuff on the Liberty ships and stuff. It's like, here, have this. You want some more? Okay, here you go. Oh, you need some more. Are things not under control yet? Do we have to come over there? And that's pretty much what happened. Excuse me. But actually, it wasn't until Pearl Harbor that really sealed the deal on us being involved. Because, the U.S., us as a nation, as people, as in terms of opinions, was very split. Republicans actually didn't want to get involved. Democrats were a little more willing to help, but weren't necessarily willing to, straight up declare war. Until Pearl Harbor happened. The second we were outright attacked, the entire country, in unison, was like, oh, no. And then everyone was like, suddenly everyone's united, everyone's on the same page, okay, I guess this is how now happening. Because that's the easiest way to get a country to unanimously unite and hate you, is to attack them. It's very, very quickly, excuse me, a very fast way of getting that effect, which is actually why Hitler himself didn't dare do anything like that. He had no intention of provoking us directly. For a while. Japan just did it on their own, and he was like, alright. Because he was still trying to figure out what he was going to even do about the UK, because he didn't want to risk actually invading. He wanted to do that originally, right after the fall of France. He wanted to invade the UK, but then he thought better of it, because in many ways they got lucky invading France. France made so many frickin' mistakes when they invaded France. And they still suffered 30,000 losses, which was better than they'd hoped for, but still, it was one of those things where they were like, well, we can do this, but how, are we going to lose, how many are we going to lose this time? And they would expect that to be more costly, because for one thing, the UK is an island, so it requires, a water to land invasion, which is difficult in itself. The defense is strong there. You can't exactly circle around. Like, there's really only one way to go on an island. You have to go on the island. And the other thing is that it's the UK, and they are not going to give up their island without... Ooh, like, I think Hitler kind of knew that. Like, he obviously thought his forces were superior, but he wasn't a complete idiot, and he was like, well, they are going to fight tooth and nail. And he didn't want to risk that until he dealt with the Soviets, which is why, of course, he invaded the Soviet Union, which was also a mistake in many ways. Well, actually, no. When he did it, it actually made sense, because the Soviets really weren't ready for it. They didn't believe that Hitler would dare do that. At least not at that time, and they were wrong. Which is why they made tremendous progress, but the problem is Russia is very, 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 very hard to take over. Not just because of the terrain, but because, well, look at it. It's frickin' huge. This is a lot of land and territory to cover. And it's very difficult to deal with. Plus, I know Hitler's Hitler, but Stalin is Stalin. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's, they're both kind of equally capable of just not giving a shit. And the Soviets, the Germans technically had technological sophistication on their side. A lot of the Soviet forces had obsolete equipment, but there were just so many of them. Like, there's just so many frickin' people in the Soviet Union. Stalin could almost always replenish his forces. And now Hitler knew that and wanted to take over. That's why he wanted to take over quickly. He thought Stalin would surrender if they got to Moscow. He frickin' didn't. Because why would he? It's Stalin. Come on now. I have heard of that, Cole. There was so many horrific things done. Poland, in particular, suffered so much during the war, and didn't really see any reprieve from it even after the war, because then they fell under the Iron Curtain. Poland got absolutely screwed by the whole situation. Repeatedly. I shouldn't laugh, because it really isn't funny, because it was a very sad, very, very sad situation. But the truth is, there wasn't much the other allies anyway, could do about it. To do something would mean a war with Stalin, and nobody wanted that. That's actually the reason why they're to this day, the Jewish population of Poland is very low, because the Nazis had succeeded in eliminating the vast majority of they put the concentration camps in Poland. Hitler didn't want them in Germany. He wanted them somewhere else, because he didn't want the general population, or even most of the regular army, SS knew, but the regular army to know what they were actually doing. So so many people suffered horrible fates as a result of that. Like Auschwitz was in Poland. Not that people often bring up the atrocities committed by the Nazis, which is horrible, but Japan wasn't exactly innocent either in that regard. There was Unit 731. And there were many other units like that, which is like a biological warfare lab. But 731, much like many of the, just like the Nazis did human experiments on their prisoners in their death camps. 731 specifically was set up specifically to do that, and did many horrific experiments that I don't even want to say. To many people. And the thing about the real horrifying thing about 731, I think in particular, and many people don't really consider this, because like people did fortunately manage to survive, you know, stuff like the Holocaust. Like people who were in Auschwitz did wind up living in the end. Thankfully, they did survive, and that's because places like Auschwitz were not. We call them death camps, but they were only half death camps. They were half research and death camps. And I use the term research very loosely, but the other half was a labor camp. So they needed to keep the labor part alive. They couldn't just, you know, they couldn't just, they wouldn't have any labor if they did that. 731 was not a labor camp. None of the units were. On the Japanese side, they were strictly for research, and by research I mean horrific human experiments. So everyone who went in to Unit 731's facility never came back out. So there are literally no survivors from what happened there. And I can go into detail about what they did to people, but I don't want to ruin everybody's day. It's kind of where I'm at with it, because I'm just like, well, I could say that, but that would make everybody sad. So I'm gonna just not say that. You ready to surrender yet? Apparently not. let's see what we can do here. That sounds good. See, I can make trains in this game too. Building a railroad network. Hey, look, it's Dunkirk. Needs reserves in Maryland. What do we got?
Hello?
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
What? What's wrong?
Oh no! Nothing's wrong, what's up? What do you want?
Not much.
No, that's my territory. We've been over this.
It's my territory.
They're not getting it back.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake delayed indefinitely amid studio shakeup. Feels bad, man.
Indefinitely.
Yeah. Well, because
Great.
they fired, I think, like, two of their directors.
Fired.
Yeah.
Why'd they fire them?
I don't exactly remember. Let me look up the specifics. Uh, so according to this article by Bloomberg, uh, it says Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, a remake of the 2003 role-playing game, is delayed indefinitely as developers at Austin, Texas-based Asper Media try to figure out what comes next. Asper also abruptly fired the game's art director and design director this month. In a series of meetings throughout July, Asper's two studios heads told employees that the project is on pause and that the company will look for new contracts and development opportunities to people who are not authorized to speak publicly about the situation.
So it's not happening.
Uh, as far as it
I
looks,
was gonna say,
probably not.
indefinitely means no.
Yeah. The fate of the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remains unclear. In May, Embracer announced that Saber Interactive would also join the project. Some at Asper believe that Saber, which has mainly been doing outsourcing work for the project, may take it over completely. Ooh, that's not.
Well, I mean, how is Saber as a developer? I've never heard of them.
They're pretty decent. They've done, I think they've done a couple of licensed games in the past. In
Well,
fact, I was
then maybe that would be beneficial if they just took it.
I believe, yeah, because I'm pretty sure like they were involved with SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom, which is widely considered to be one of the best licensed games. Period.
Oh no.
What?
You know how I feel about that game.
I don't
But
remember.
did they do the remake?
No. I think that was mostly done, or maybe they did, but I know that remake was mostly done by a studio called Purple Lamp Studios.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say
I
because they did the remake, I'm okay because like I don't like that game, but the remake was like a legitimately solid remake.
yeah,
Like
it
if you
was.
so like
Yeah,
if they can take something and doll it up, that's proof of it. So I'm fine with that. But if they just made the game, I'm like, oh no.
I don't know. Let me check and see what else what else they've done. They were involved with the World War Z game that came out a few years ago, and the new Evil Dead game.
That does not make me feel any better about anything. Actually, um,
Really?
it really doesn't.
Uh, dang it. You're streaming, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So,
Good work with that. Dang it. Proud of you.
yeah. Let's see. What have they worked on? Developed games, Saber Interactive. Let's see. SnowRunner, World War Z. They did Vampire. Like Vampyr, like that one.
Oh. None of this is filling me with any level of confidence.
Let me check more. 'Cause I know they did more, like, other stuff.
Like, you just keep saying things, and I'm like, everything you say is making this worse.
They're currently in development on Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2.
I hate Warhammer, so that means nothing to me.
Quake Champions?
I mean, I kind of like Quake, but I don't know anything about Champions.
They did the Crisis Remastered trilogy.
Well, they could remaster Crisis, so okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, like, you know, it's...
But can they run Crisis?
I mean, yeah. I feel it was partially one of the reasons that series got remastered in the first place was because the original game was not very well optimized, so... There you go.
You're not very well optimized.
I mean, I'm not. But... I also picked up something else out of our donation thing today. Because I saw it, and I was like, obscure Wii horror game, maybe Kane would know something about this. But
Oh my god. SnowRunner? Sorry, the street's talking about SnowRunner. I totally bought SnowRunner because I thought it looked awesome.
Yeah, yeah, I saw they did work on that. I should have mentioned that.
I refunded the crap out of that game.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, to be honest, okay, in their defense, it really wasn't necessarily the game was bad, it just wasn't for me.
Okay.
Because they went full tilt realistic when it came to everything. You know, setting the differential, you know, the terrain, getting stuck in the mud. Like, it's all very, very real, actual road shipping simulation. Now, if that's what you're looking for, it's actually really good. Also, I hated it because
Fair point.
I was just like, this is not for it. It just wasn't for me. Is really what it was. But I do acknowledge it, like, for what it is. It's not for me, but it's a good game. Like, it's well made in terms of what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
So.
Also, it is bright as heck in your room.
See, now Teddy's complaining that it's too bright in my room.
No, I'm just saying, like I.
There's another light in here now.
Oh, sweet.
Maybe I added a. Maybe I had the great idea that was not influenced by anybody, at all.
That's a lie.
Nobody else
You're the one that
suggested
argued with me.
anything.
You're the one that argued with me. It's too much lying.
It is too much light.
Do it.
I can't.
Well, that sucks. Anyway,
What's up? Yeah. Yeah.
I said, I need medicine soon. No, I'm feeling better. I don't need it. Like, you know,
I will.
feeling better? You know why I feel better? Because you took the medicine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. This cough is...
So,
It's like, I don't know, what is the word? It's breaking up? Does that make sense?
That's good. He's because he's up and active and.
He is up, like he's sitting up, he's talking to me,
Gesundheit.
Okay.
darn it. Okay.
So I
Jack has corona, so
oh no.
he's all right though.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I picked this thing up because I saw it was a Wii horror game, and I thought it was at least an interesting looking thing. It's called Obscure the Aftermath. Never heard of it before, but I don't know. Thought it was.
I was gonna say you know more than I do because I got nothing.
Again, like that's why I wanted to talk to Kate about it because he's like the obscure Wii game.
Paris is on the horizon, friends. Vive la France!
Vive la Revolution. Oh no, wait, no, it was Vive la Liberté. Sorry. Souls games are easy. I don't know what I.
No, no, we're not starting this. No one cares if you're good at the Souls games. No one cares if you think they're hard. No one cares if you think they're easy. Nobody cares. Okay, it's just like everyone uses them as like, yeah, I'm such a good game. No one cares. Nobody cares.
You sound very angry about that.
It's just one of those things. You hear it. It's been years. It's been years about the Souls games, and I'm just over it, Ted. Aren't you?
I mean, to be fair, yeah, I had a kid back in high school who was constantly like, "Oh yeah, I'm so good at the Souls games. I'm so good at Bloodborne," and I was like, "Dude, cool, good for you." But he would never shut up about them. I also partially cursed myself because I was listening to the. This is a bit of a random thing, kind of off topic.
It's going
but,
to be. Yes, it's you. You're saying it. I already knew that was going to be the case.
Wow, you're calling me out there, aren't you?
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
I know.
But I was listening to the Majima Construction Anthem yesterday on the way to work, and I actually saw some people doing construction. So now every time I see construction work, I'm inevitably going to think of that song. So
Great.
yeah. I would hit him with the. I think that's supposed to be a blank face, and deployed the whole U.S. and Royal Navy to find out who asked. That's kind of where I was at most of the time, because... yeah. Some of the kids in my high school were just... weird.
See, you still talk about high school. That's how we know you're a Zoomer.
I mean, I was still
You severely date yourself whenever you do that. I don't talk about high school anymore. I just turned 32.
I'm 22. So...
I know. Just stop it.
Okay.
When I was 22, you know what I was doing?
YouTube?
Well, yes, but also becoming a dad.
I don't know what to say to that.
Exactly. You got nothing. You have nothing.
I can't say anything to that.
Oh, $10. Love your videos, dude. Thank you so much, Pete Truckers. Appreciate that. It's really nice of you. So how's Kane been?
I haven't heard from him.
Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid you were gonna say.
I tried DMing him the other day to say like, hey, dude, I hope you're doing okay, and I haven't heard back from him.
Yeah, I reached out to him hours ago. I know he's been up and down in terms of his mood.
Well, I hope he's all right.
Well, yeah, I do too, but... Will Crystal Dynamics ever make another Gex game?
That's an interesting question. I don't know if do they still own the rights to Gex?
IDOS does.
Okay. Well,
this
I mean,
is the old Crystal Dynamics, you know, it's whatever.
Well,
I'm gonna go with... I would say that if they did anything at all, which I doubt, but if they did, it would almost have to be like a remake trilogy rather than a new game. Because, and the only reason I even suggest such a thing is because of how well Crash and Spyro did. Gex isn't quite on their level, but he does have a cult following. So the notion of them attempting something like that just because I wouldn't like is not completely out of the question, I don't think. But I would say it's not something I would consider super duper likely.
I mean, given that if it's Eidos Montreal, then that made them, then I would say it could be more likely than you'd think, considering since they split from Square, they were like, you know, hey, expect a lot more remakes and remasters and games and stuff like that. Because that was
that's what everyone says after a new acquisition.
Well, yeah, but like that,
everything's gonna be great. It's never great. It's never better. It's never better. It's always the same, Ted.
But I was pretty sure that was like one of the because from my recollection, that was one of the studios that Square let go when they decided to go like full in on crypto and stuff. And then the crypto market immediately crashed right afterwards. So, but I'm more so.
Yeah. By the way, you can totally invest in the latest cryptocurrency. I call it the hit. It's the hit coin. It's my own cryptocurrency. The way you invest in it is click on the link in the description. It says donate, and you just donate $10 billion or however much you want to invest, and that's definitely how you get a whole bunch of hit coins. Definitely, for real.
This, for legal reasons, I should probably say he's being completely sarcastic.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate your worldly legal counsel to protect me from being sued later. because I assure you, I am totally making that up. I would never do crypto. I have always thought crypto was it's not stable. It's the opposite of stable, and maybe people will like that element of chaos with it, but I don't. Not when it comes to money. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't want to find out my money's worthless the next day. Like, that's the worst thing that can happen to any country. Why would I trust, the faceless void with it?
The faceless void.
That's what crypto is!
No, I'm sorry. It's just the way you described that was funny to me.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
I know. I know I'm not.
You're not wrong at all, and that's why I found it funny. The faceless void. Something about that just funny.
And people could say, "Oh yeah, Bitcoin's worth so much." Yeah, but what are you doing with it? Nothing. I just got Bitcoin.
I mean,
and what are you doing with it?
I mean, if Mark Cuban, out of all people,
but I got Bitcoin. Like, what are you doing with it? Like, you see my point here.
Yeah, if Mark Cuban ended up failing because he invested in crypto, I wouldn't trust anything.
The faceless void just sounds like a final boss in the JRPG. It does, really.
Yeah. It's like whatever like the main villain of the next Final Fantasy game is going to turn into, just the faceless void.
It's me, Darkness the Curse.
No, because you have a face.
No, I don't.
Then what am I looking at?
You're not looking at anything.
Faceless void, aka the people...
There's no face here. You see nothing.
Faceless void, aka the people who run the school boards. What?
No, that's fair.
Is that
Ted, you're not old enough to get that yet, but when you have a kid, you'll totally understand what he means, and he's correct.
Fair point. Fair point. Maybe my mom would find that funny.
Possibly.
Also, why do you have soldiers that are the size of entire countries?
So I can see them on the map, you idiot. Those are divisions.
Ah, of course.
Are you really questioning, like...
No,
of course things have to be larger. I can't zoom in.
That was a joke, Josh.
We just manage each individual million of soldiers. Wait, no, I won't do that because that'd be insane.
That was a joke.
I don't think it was.
It was.
Okay, good for you.
Oh god, thank you for that old reference, Zachris. He's like, his face does go bye-bye when he plays Sonic, but every ring changes the game. I remember that video.
It's true. I wish that series did better because that was a lot of fun, if not a headache-inducing. But like I said, my gaming stuff just fell off. No one watched me.
I do, I do like how like immediately after that, or like while you were doing that, actually, Zachris like went and made that like that blurry like art piece of what your face cam looks like.
Ah, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, and then like you put it in the corner, and then you were like, yeah, this is my new VTuber model.
It is.
I don't know, that was like you were good on that one, Zachris. I appreciated that little bit of humor. I mean, do you think the gaming stuff is doing good here? Like with the
Well, I mean, this is just historical gaming just on the side. Like,
Yeah.
my primary focus is still producing historical videos because I can only do like I can sit here and talk about history all day with this kind of stuff, which I can't. That's fine. But the focus is the videos. Like, I don't make that much money from streams. I don't really get donations like I used to. Like my little rent meter over there has been in the same place for the last year. I haven't reset it because no one's given me a donation like that. So like, there's nothing really helpful when it comes to streaming other than possibly, getting, added entertainment on the channel.
Fair point.
And extra ad revenue from the streams, which isn't that much, but it's there. So it is something, but it's not like it's, like I wouldn't be able to play Sonic on this channel.
Yeah.
I mean, I could, but why the heck would I do that? It has nothing to do with what I talk about.
Because you can.
I mean, I could, but it'd be really confusing for everybody involved.
Maybe they'll make a historical Sonic game.
I just don't think that's no. I can't imagine Sonic in World War II. That would not be something I would support. I'm sure there's fan art of it though. I 100% am assured that there has to be fan art of it.
I feel like there's a joke to be made, but
Don't
I'm not gonna try.
Don't do it.
Oh boy, Zachris, that question's gonna open up Pandora's box.
No Pandora's box. The answer's no.
There you go.
I thought about it, and to be honest, I'm already mad with how people are treating the game when they don't even know what it's going to be like. So why should I even bother?
Thank you.
Like people, that reaction is the exact reason why I stopped doing gaming content. Because I'm like, why would I deal with this type of toxic nonsense every time I'm excited for this. No, you're not. This looks like crap. Because why? Because we said so. Like, I don't care what you think, but that's what's happening now. Apparently, it's just one of those things where I'm like, I just don't care about any of this.
To be fair, I also think Sonic in particular has always had a really bad problem with that kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's because people are just... Yeah.
That's not even... I don't even think there could be anything to say to that. Like the Sonic community has done that for a long time.
It's not even the actual core community is usually okay when it comes to whatever Sega, because we're used to it. It's regular people from the outside being like, oh, they're still making Sonic games. This looks terrible. And it's like, how about you all check your lane?
I actually had a coworker today who like
stay in your lane. How about that?
I had a coworker today when I mentioned Sonic Sonic the Hedgehog, and he's like, "There's never been a single good Sonic game," and I'm like, "Okay, now you're just straight up
now you're just wrong." I mean, you are permitted to be wrong about a thing, but I just want you to know that you're wrong.
I just said to him like, "Okay, now you're straight up lying."
Ah, good, a new armored division. That's just what I needed. But can we retake Paris now?
Maybe.
We took the airport near Paris.
You can't hear anything out of my TV, right?
What? No.
Okay, good. I was pretty sure I muted my TV because I didn't want like the sounds of me playing another game to like be overwhelming. Excuse me. I also think allergies are getting to me, and I don't know, like... It's, sucks. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes.
Okay.
Vive la France!
Vive la liberté.
We have liberated Paris.
Do not take that out of context.
What out of context?
I don't know, man.
Nothing to take out of context.
I don't know.
I was just stating a fact. What are you talking about?
I don't know, man.
Okay, whatever.
Oh my god. Napoleon would be proud. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't super going back to something that I brought up earlier, I wasn't already super invested in the KOTOR remake. But now I'm just like, oh god. Now it's in one of these situations. Angry England noises. Oh god, Zachris. I put the best 3 Sonic World War II fan art I found in memes. Now you look at those and tell me that's a toxic fan base. I would rather not. I would rather not.
I swear to God, if there might be...
Let me take a look, just to make sure it's Sonic World War II start... Oh my god.
In memes?
Yeah... I don't know how to feel about this. That's a... What is it? Which one?
Sorry, just looking at him. This is hilarious.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that wasn't like should I leave this in here?
It's in memes. It's fine. Just let it go. It's okay.
Just want to make sure, like...
I wouldn't necessarily call them memes, but whatever. It's at this point, at least one of them I'd actually put in the one place nobody likes to go because, you know.
Politics.
No, well, yes, but...
I was about to say, like... No memes in general? I mean, they aren't in general.
No, they're not in general. It's all good.
So... I mean, even still, like... I feel like the server's moderated well enough. Discord mod moments.
Ted, did you have COVID at any point?
By some weird miracle, no.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
Even with the RTX off. I mean, even with the weird situation where, like, I was quarantining with my parents who all had COVID, I still didn't get it.
That's good. I wouldn't recommend it.
Trust me, I'm not on the war path to get it, so don't worry.
Well, it's okay because COVID isn't even real.
Okay, no. No, again, legal purposes, he's joking.
Yeah, definitely joking. Definitely joking.
I mean, given that you have it currently, you know.
What? Oh, this is 5G. That's what this is.
Oh my god.
I mean, duh. You'd have to be a sheep not to think otherwise.
Oh, Christ. Forgot. I'm not allowed to say that, am I?
Probably not.
Okay.
If you have to ask, probably not.
Okay, fair. RTX on. I forgot they did, like, they've converted a lot of, like, old railroad cars and engines into children's playgrounds. Oh god, that meme. Well, there was that second Ted Cruz clip I put in general earlier as a part of a conversation you weren't here for, Ted. Oh god, if it was...
Yeah, I still have to look at that. Do not delete that. I legitimately need to see it because it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna delete it. I was just like, oh god, in the aspect of, like, it being Ted Cruz.
Exactly.
Not to get political or anything, but it didn't.
No, it's okay. I already went on a spiel about that earlier.
Yeah. I just, you know, in retrospect, I probably don't have the best weapon equipped to do this right now. Ay, ay, ay. Y'all ever see Batman becomes a Discord mod and gets doxxed on Twitter? I don't think I've ever seen that. I've seen a ton of like Batman meme videos though. Like the one that was like Batman owns the Justice League with straight up facts and logic. I love that one. I think that's hilarious. Thoughts on Pokemon Legends Arceus?
I still haven't played it, even though I have it. I bought it for my son. He likes it, but I've never played it.
I like it a lot, actually. Out of the few Pokemon games that I played, that one's actually by far my favorite. Because, like, honestly, for me, the reason I like it is just because it takes the stuff I find annoying about Pokemon and just kind of does away with it.
That's because you're a filthy zoomer. You don't know what it was like. You don't know how to have fun. I'm a Gen 1er. It never got any better from there. 151 Pokemon, Ted! No more!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss.
You know nothing of sacrifice.
Did you lose a save file to Missing No or something?
No, because that wasn't a thing that happened.
Did you, like... I don't know, like, did you, like, spend hours pushing that truck around trying to get new?
I never even went to the truck because it was always a lie.
I mean, just because it's a lie doesn't mean that people didn't try it.
Yeah, and I never went to the truck. Because, actually, when I found out about the truck, I was at the point of the game where you couldn't do it anymore, and I wasn't going to restart. And I'm glad I didn't because it was a lie.
Pokey boomer.
I know what I am.
I mean, like...
And you damn kids. You know.
Language.
I don't care.
Okay.
I care when you do it.
Okay, wow. Oh my god. Me who doesn't care for Pokemon. I have no idea what y'all are on about. I definitely think one of the things that helped my
We're
experience
on
with
about some culture.
I definitely think that one of the things that helped my experience with Legends Arceus in particular is that I kind of went into it with a bit of a negative attitude, so when I actually ended up liking it, I was like, oh hey, I actually like this game.
No, sure, go in with a negative attitude. Of course you do.
Because I'm not a Pokemon fan. I'm like, I
And
go
why
in
did you
with...
even get it?
Because I was like, okay, this looks like it's going to be something that I'll like, but I can't guarantee that it'll be something I like. It was one of those situations, you know?
No, I actually don't know.
I basically bought it, like, almost as, like, an impulse buy, because this is back when I had, like, you know... Still back when I spent a lot of money on things that I definitely probably shouldn't have.
I mean, you'd probably still do that, but you don't have any money.
No.
Have you gotten your first paycheck yet?
Yes, actually, I did.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, it just arrived today. It was only for 5 hours, but for 5.5 hours, but hey, better than nothing.
I was gonna say, it's a paycheck.
Yeah.
Are you actually enjoying your new job, by the way?
Yes, I am.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a lot more like an environment that I feel suits me.
Because you're a nerd?
Yes. Precisely.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Hey, I fully admit it, I don't care. Oh my god. Ah, my knee. Let's see. Never mind. Wow. Why is... Oh. Okay, then. Huh. So, I was curious as to why hashtag #SaveTheOOF was trending on Twitter. It was because, and I quote, just based on the description, Roblox puts a statement out that it has removed the oof sound from the game and provided a replacement due to licensing issues.
Huh.
I know a friend who's probably going to be upset about that. Because
They'll
he
get
always
over-
loves...
They'll get
What?
over it.
No, yeah, he probably will.
Oh, this isn't originally France. Now we're starting to liberate Belgium territory. Nice.
Wow. You sounded kind of, like, almost too happy about that.
I am very happy. Belgium got screwed in World War II. I'm happy to help them out.
I offhand don't remember, like, what areas were affected by World War II and what areas weren't.
Well, so the areas that were affected by World War II in the world were all of them! There was not a single place on this planet, with the exception of perhaps Antarctica. No, I can't even say that, because there were German Antarctic bases!
Were there actually?
Yeah, there was at least one that I know of that was confirmed.
I never knew that. That's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, there was the World War II. You know, I mean, obviously the bulk of the fighting was in Europe and Asia and Africa.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a single place on this planet that was not touched somehow by World War II.
No. Were there battles? Were there any battles in South America? I feel. Were there?
I don't know offhand of any land war in South America. I know that there were naval skirmishes.
But that's not really the same thing.
I mean, it's still a battle.
Well, yeah, but I think like most of what they're talking about is like mainland.
Not that I know of offhand. I mean, I feel like I might be wrong about that. But they're definitely. But I know there were naval skirmishes.
I actually studied a lot of stuff from World War II back when I was. I hate to bring it up again, but back when I was in high school.
That's because a lot of fleeing Nazi higher ups fled to South America and specifically Argentina. One of the most unmitigated monsters of the war, Joseph Mengele, managed to escape to South America, and he was never held accountable for his crimes.
Did he die?
He died of a stroke while he was swimming in the 70s, I believe. But he was never. They couldn't find. They couldn't. They weren't able to get him to actually bring him to justice for what he did.
Hmm. If you could stop scurrying away, that would be fantastic.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I mean exactly what I said.
Okay, then. Fair point.
Australia, what happened? You had Italy on the ropes. Oh, the Germans showed up. Okay, that explains it.
Wow.
Well, if they have to fight both of them, I get why they might struggle a little bit. If they were just dealing with the Italians, I was going to be like, guys, come on, it's just the Italians.
A really good thing, a feeling thing about my job that I think actually helps out a lot with me, like, working there is the fact that I'm able to recommend games very easily. Like, somebody will come in and be like, hey, my son likes this, you know, what could I recommend? I'd be like, ooh, come over here. And then, you know, I don't know, like that, doing that kind of stuff just always brings a smile to my face. Makes me feel happy.
I mean, if they're legitimately special needs, I wouldn't expect them to be well versed in history, though. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, yeah, I can't believe this person with a legitimate mental disability can't do this. Like, no, I actually can believe that. What's that supposed to mean? Like, that sounds actually quite appropriate given the what?
Yeah, like, I hate to go here again, but like, I did go to a school which had a good amount of, you know, kids with developmental disabilities. It is not an unusual thing whatsoever. Like, different people have different, you know, learning capabilities. It's not, like, all just, you know, like, people can, like, be taught something and then immediately, you know, like, recite it word from word. Like, that's just not how every single brain works.
Yeah, especially not Ted's brain.
I mean, to be fair, I think I might have something along those lines, just not in terms of history.
So, like, were they legitimately special needs, though? You're not, like, I wasn't sure if you're trying to use that as an insult, or if you're, like, suggesting, like, they were legitimately, you know, if they actually had a legitimate handicap, like, you can't, like, don't say shit like that. But, you know, if you're just, honestly, even if you're using it as an insult, I still wouldn't use it as an insult, because that's not very nice. That's kind of where I'm at with that whole thing right now. This is World War II. France was not conquered in World War I.
I hate my luck.
Luck hates you.
I mean, evidently, I can't get anything good.
Have you tried getting good?
Yes. So far hasn't yielded any results. I'll let you know.
Shame.
Alright, please. Can't curse. Can't curse.
Don't do it.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Just, ooh. Well, Cole Phelps, I can tell you that just because you reach high school does not mean that any mental problems you may or may not have, go away. That's not how brains work.
I mean, I'm not sure if they're smart enough to have personalities, but I don't really consider any insect, like... It's still a form of life. Like, you know...
To be fair, you were, like, deleting all those messages that were, like, go to the ranch dimension or whatever with that wasp. So...
What?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I'm not surprised that you said that.
No. I don't really see, like... Honestly, that kid's viewpoint sounds rather mature, where you're just looking at things, you know, not as... He's just simply acknowledging that, you know, life in itself should be respected. Now, I don't like being bitten by mosquitoes, and I don't like being around them for obvious reasons, but, you know, to suggest that they are merely pests is to suggest that they don't serve a purpose on the planet, and I'm pretty sure that they do. I don't think it's a nice purpose, but they serve it.
They're food for something.
Well, that too.
Again, if that's his viewpoint and it's not harming anybody else, then what's the problem, honestly?
They're like cartoon characters. I mean, well, he's weird. That's where I'm at with that. He's kind of a weird kid, but whatever.
Welcome, Samu. He's like, I'm back, and this time I did not miss the stream.
Yes! I have taken Vichy. I've taken Vichy, France's capital. Which they've now moved to Troyes. You cowards! Get back here! Surrender!
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru.
Ugh.
What?
Yippee-ki-yo! Keep trying, Magellan!
Ghost riders in the sky. I haven't listened to that song in forever. I only remember buying it because it was on the Fallout. It was part of Fallout 76's licensed music.
Oh, so you're trying to get me banned for singing licensed music?
No.
I'm sorry, I can't say banned anymore. I have to say bananaed.
That sounds worse.
I know, but that's what they say on TikTok, because apparently if you say the word banned on TikTok, you get banned from TikTok, which sounds really weird and stupid. I'm pretty sure it's made up. But my girlfriend, every time she's live streaming, doesn't say banned. Whenever she's live on TikTok, she says bananaed.
Hmm. Yeah, nice grabbing there. My character just, like, stopped and bonked against the ledge to, like, grab it with her tongue and then just let go.
Grab it with her. What are you playing?
Destiny 2.
That doesn't actually help.
What do you
character
mean
are you? What character are you playing that uses their tongue in Destiny?
Of nothing. It's just... It's like my face...
Oh, that was... Okay.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like, my face bonked against the ledge as if...
Okay, I get it. I thought you... What?
No, this isn't like the Amazing Frog Simulator or whatever that weird game for the Ouya was.
I mean, Kane would probably like Destiny more if it was. So would Addy.
So would you, probably.
Actually, yes. What you've actually just described is a much better game in pretty much every way.
As somebody who plays this game regularly, yeah, I agree.
And yet you still play it.
Yes. Can't
That's what
stop, won't stop. It's an addiction.
I mean, I feel like you can absolutely stop anytime you want. But I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Good, because I won't listen.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, you know what kind of person I am.
Oh.
Oh my god. Goat Simulator Frog DLC. I forgot. I keep forgetting Goat Simulator's a thing until somebody brings it up. And then I'm like, oh yeah, Goat Simulator. Like, to be fair, I don't like dislike Goat Simulator or anything. I think it's a highly amusing game. It's just it's not something that I personally play like so frequently that I would remember it for the rest of my life.
Yes, you would.
I know they're doing like the whole Thanks Killing 3 route where they're just pretending that the second game never existed. I still at some point want to see that movie because I know it is bad and I want
What
to laugh
movie?
at it. Thanks Killing.
No, you don't.
What do you mean, no, I don't?
You don't.
Why?
Because I have seen it. You don't.
Have you wait, you've seen Thanks Killing?
I have, and you don't.
You, out of all people.
I know, I'm surprised too. Also, no, you don't.
Wasn't that movie made on like a budget of like $5,000 or something?
I would be surprised if it was that much, actually.
I also could have sworn at some point they said they were making another sequel. But I could be wrong about that.
Worst movie I've seen? Thanks, Killing. There we go.
Really?
I mean, it's up there!
I mean, my least favorite is Home Alone 4, but in terms of, like, the objective worst movie...
That's up there, too!
In terms of, like, just the objective worst movie I've ever seen, probably Biodome. I would have to say Biodome, like, off of principle. That Point Break remake they did a few years was also really bad. The one good thing about it was that it had really fantastic stunt work, and that was literally it. It was one of the most boring movies I've ever watched in my entire life. I can't speak for the original Point Break because I haven't seen it yet, although I do own a Blu-ray that's sitting right behind me. But I at least know that one, from most people's point of view, is actually very fun and enjoyable. Probably because they actually got, like, really good talent to work on it, like, you know, Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze. Also Gary Busey, now that I think about it.
Gary Busey!
Yeah. Yeah, he played a character named Pappas. From what I know, apparently he was, like, one of the best parts of that movie. Heck, I even remember, like, back when I bought that Blu-ray, and I was like, oh yeah, I bought Point Break, and Jordan was like, oh, let's do a movie night and watch Point Break, and I'm like, okay, and then we just never did it.
Well, okay. that it is a really bad movie,
What?
but it is a so bad it's good movie. So I'm not sure I could call it.
What movie?
I think it's called either Japanese Cop or Japan Cop, something like
Samurai
that.
Cop.
Samurai Cop.
Samurai Cop is definitely up there, but I
What is katana? What does that mean? It means Japanese sword.
and then like how every single every single woman in that movie basically exists purely to be eye candy and for the guys to make jokes about, you know, trying to keep this family friendly, but you know what I mean.
It's a bad movie.
It definitely is. It is a bad movie, but like.
But it's really funny.
It's one of those movies that, like, you gather around with your guy friends, you get a couple of sodas or beers and some chips, and you just bro out and make fun of it. It's one of those movies. I'd say it's probably along the same lines as something like The Room.
Yeah, it's on that plane easily.
I will say, though, that I think The Room was possibly less offensive. Because, like, a lot of jokes in Samurai Cop...
In what way?
Well, a lot of jokes in Samurai Cop really, like, just devolve into either being really sexist or really racist, given the subject matter. So, you know... Plus...
You're being negative.
I am, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's objectively, like, as offensive as Samurai Cop. Also, there's basically who's supposed to be like Danny Glover from Lethal Weapon in that movie. There's like a similar character, and he pretty much only exists to make jokes about black people. So if that tells you anything about that, you know.
I don't think the movie was nearly as bad as you were suggesting.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, in terms of being offensive, because like The Room. Yeah, it's a bad movie, but, like, at the end of the day, is it really offending anybody?
Me.
Me.
And most people with good sense, actually.
Fair point. Psycho Cop. I feel like I've heard of that movie before. I mean, I don't know what the director being Iranian has to do with anything.
I don't see how that has to do with anything either, but, I mean, the 90s were also... A lot of movies had some, things that we would think that would be like, ugh, Twitter would hate this.
Yeah, but
You know,
Twitter didn't exist in the 90s. So.
Exactly, so it was like, just... Honestly, I'd argue it was pretty offensive to white people, too.
What, The Room?
Well, The Room was offensive to everybody.
I mean, if I remember correctly, I believe the Nostalgia Critic described Biodome, which I already brought up earlier, as... he said the movie should have been called Stupid White People Doing Stupider, Whiter Things. So...
Yeah, also, I don't care what the Nostalgia Critic thinks about anything. But...
No, that's fair.
I see your point, Biodome. I've heard nothing but terrible things about Biodome.
Oh, okay, dude. I'm gonna say this right offhand.
Which is annoying to me, actually. It really is annoying to me, because I hear that title, and I'm like, but that sounds really cool.
It's a concept that's completely wasted, along with them wasting probably one of the most talented actors in Hollywood, William Atherton, and I will never forgive them for that. Dude who played Walter Peck in Ghostbusters and that one reporter from Die Hard whose name escapes me at the moment. What?
Sorry, I just... He's a great actor. He's played 2 roles, both minor. Uh,
Are you saying Walter Peck was a minor role? He was like he was basically, aside from Ghoster, he was like the main villain of Ghostbusters.
yeah, but he was more of a nuisance than anything.
I mean, yeah. But still. He also put John McClane's wife in grave danger by interviewing her kid, his kids, so, you know, hey. Don't know how they got him back to do the sequel, but you know what, he was actually pretty decent in that, too. He's an extremely talented dude. I love William Atherton.
I think that you're only saying that because you feel very bad for what happened to him after he played Walter Peck.
Shut up.
Exactly. I knew it.
Well, because like he's
Because no one talks him up this much. I didn't even know who you were talking about until you told me he was Walter Peck in Ghostbusters, and I'm like, oh, this is where this is going.
Well, but like that's the thing is like he's genuinely a nice dude, but like
I'm sure he is. I have no doubt that is the case.
But it's just like he played that one role, and then it's like, yeah, people are gonna call me this now. Can't repeat it because it's a curse. But
well, it's a bit like playing Anakin ruined that poor kid's life. That was cool too.
We're talking like Phantom Menace Anakin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was about to say, wait.
I mean, Hayden had a rough go at it too, but at least he was an adult.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of frickin' middle-aged men are bullying a child because they didn't like episode 1. Like, you guys serious?
Yeah.
He was like 9. He was my son's age. Shut up.
To be fair, they also made a lot of really racist remarks towards the dude who played Jar Jar. So.
Well,
you know.
yeah, but.
But no, I wouldn't say. But no, I wouldn't say. What am I saying? No, his life was not ruined that hard. Quick question, by the way. Why is your stuff premiering at midnight now instead of at noon?
Because I stopped wanting to change the default time. I honestly did it on accident the first time, and then I was like, you know what, I don't even care.
Alright.
Because I have a significant overseas audience anyway, so many of them can now see it at a reasonable time. I might
Fair
switch
point.
it back at some point, but it's whatever. The time of day, like, doesn't really affect the overall performance of the video anyway.
Gotcha.
So it's
alright.
not really a big deal, no matter what.
Yeah, because like I constantly have to be thinking about like, okay, like when is most of.
I don't
who the
think you
hell
really
watches
don't.
my
You know
videos?
what you have to do? You have to make videos in general, Ted.
I know.
I wouldn't even be concerned about that. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you don't. Come on, man.
I am in the process of writing a script for something, so.
Great.
What do you mean, great?
I look forward to never seeing it.
Wow, that's some great motivation right there, my guy.
Ted, you know what you're like.
Yes, I do, but that doesn't help.
I mean, I would love for you to actually do it, but
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. You very well could have ended with that.
I could have, but I didn't.
Yeah, because.
I chose to continue the thought, the phrasing, the
I-
words. And now your feelings. They cry.
Yeah. Like if you cry every time. I've also brought up in particular a really bad habit as to why I have trouble uploading videos, and I don't feel like bringing it up again.
Great. Then don't.
Oh my god.
Also, I'm going to go on record here. Star Wars Episode 1 is probably my favorite Star Wars, and everybody can fight me.
Phantom Menace?
That was the first... That movie's freaking great, okay? Like, is it perfect? No, but it was the first... It got me into the series, because I hadn't seen Star Wars prior to that. I was a kid at the time.
Yeah, I mean,
that was my theater-going experience with Star Wars, and I thought it was great.
I mean, that was the same deal with me. Like, I grew up...
And honestly, I think the sequels are going to wind up the same way.
Yeah.
Because I did take Jack to see Episode 9. Now, looking at it, I'm like, there's a lot of things about Episode 9 that I'm like,
See, the odd thing about me is that
But Jack thought it was great.
The only experience I've had with Episode 9 so far is playing through it in LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, and that's literally it.
I think it's worth watching. I can't promise anything, though.
Fair point. It's just, I friggin' hated The Last Jedi, and I hated Solo A Star Wars Story.
Oh, Solo was just bad. Yeah, no, that's I am in full agreement with everybody on that. Solo was just like it was like nobody wanted that movie. No one asked for that. Not a soul.
I hate all Star Wars actors equally beside Harrison Ford. Hey, put some respect on Mark Hamill's name, man.
I was gonna say that's kind of rude.
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing I'll say about that, Cole Phelps, is that, like, from what I've seen of it, because I haven't seen the full thing, but I saw, like, I saw most of the beginning of that movie, and, I think the difference between the Star Wars sequel trilogy and that Lion King, like, CG remake that they did a few years ago was the fact that, like, at least the sequel trilogy was something new, whereas the Lion King... Was anyone really pining for a remake of the Lion King?
Well, they were remaking all their animated films, and by that point, the film was 20 years old.
I mean, yeah, but, like...
I wouldn't have done it. I would honestly. I wouldn't. I'm not. I haven't seen any of the live-action Disney remakes. I don't like. To me, making those movies live-action kind of defeats the point because I think, like, it's like we've made our animated movies live-action, but the whole point of your studio is a big component is that beautiful
animation.
Animation. Like that's what you guys do and do well and always have. Like, I don't. Why?
Money.
That's kind of where I'm at with it. Like,
money.
Yes. They can profit. They can profit off of stories they've already told.
It's the same reason. It's the same reason why they bothered.
And to be fair, if you're gonna do that, at least Disney is doing it in a bit of a more creative way because they're doing remakes, but they are doing it in a completely different style.
That is.
Whereas it's not like they're just redrawing or God help you redoing them in CGI, which would make everyone just seize up in
that's what they did with the Lion
fury forever. Well, I'm sorry. Did you want them to do it with actual lions?
No, I would rather they just not remake the movie.
They could have just not done it, but I mean,
Lady in the Trump. Oh my god! I'm sorry. That caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that.
Although, admittedly, them doing it with actual lions would have made for a marginally more interesting film.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is like my question remains is like, what is the purpose aside from
the Jungle Book remake? I heard was extremely good.
I heard it was good too. It's just like
in some ways, I think it's better because they handle Shere Khan in a way that I prefer. Shere Khan's my favorite Disney villain, not because of him being a Disney villain, but because he's not even really a villain necessarily.
He's just an animal.
It's not even that. He has completely justifiable reasons for hating the crap out of man.
Oh yeah, right.
Like,
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest for a second. I've never seen The Jungle Book. Either
well,
version.
then we can't be friends anymore. Go watch it right now. You can come back after that.
I read the book version of it.
Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife.
One of the things I actually
I mean the bare necessities, oh Mother Nature's recipes are just the bare necessities of life.
Up next, Disney's live-action remake of Atlantis. I knew that would set you off. I knew that was gonna set you off.
Love Atlantis. That's my favorite Disney movie.
I love Atlantis too.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if done well, it could take pretty well to live action. Just because it is a fairly realistic story featuring real people.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like Lion King, which is nothing but animals. Like,
yeah.
You know, but I also don't. I think the film is fine. I really just don't want it to be touched. It's kind of like, you know, everyone complained about Mulan for the similar reasons. Like the Mulan was good. You didn't have to. No.
Well,
no.
I remember like the reason that like was brought up was like it's a lot closer to like what like the actual tale was like in Chinese culture and was a lot less Americanized.
And I get that, but
then like from what I know, they literally like gave her like I had to censor myself there. They gave her superpowers, and I'm like, what?
She doesn't have superpowers. The whole point of the story is that she's a normal girl.
Yeah. I mean, like, heck, like, say what you will about the original American remake. Excuse me.
It was Mulan?
Yeah, no, not remake, sorry. I meant the original
No, it was handled in a very respectful way.
Yeah, but, and, like...
It's done extremely well.
And,
that's another one of my favorites. Mulan is a great movie.
Yeah, I mean, like, hell, like, even say what you will about, like, you know, Mushu, which was probably, like, one of the most controversial parts, because, you know, it was, you know, that wasn't, like, a part of the original tale, and, you know, some people are iffy about Eddie Murphy and how he played that character, but, you know, like, Mulan...
He was just Eddie Murphy being Eddie Murphy. There's really not any difference between iffy. In what way was Mushu racist?
No, I'm not saying he was. I'm just saying there were some people who were like, I don't know. Like the inclusion of him in general, it kind of like, you know...
Mushu was great, and everyone can fight me on that. Okay.
Dishonor on you! Dishonor on your cow!
Exactly.
No, I love Mushu. I saw the 2020 Mulan and it sucked, and even China hated it. There's a video from a Chinese woman that explains why Mulan 2020 sucks from appealing to Chinese culture aspects. But what I will say as well is that, like, I'm not one to say anything because I don't know a single thing about China and their culture. I'm not going to pretend to know a single thing about China and their culture.
Well,
because,
maybe you should.
Because, you know, I'm not... Well, no, what I'm saying is I'm not going to be disrespectful and be like, oh yeah, no, this is totally respectful of Chinese culture, you know, and, like, I know nothing about China or, like...
It is.
You know.
It's perfect, obviously. No.
Like, I say superpowers based on the aspect of, like, the reason I brought that up in particular is because, like, she was a normal woman. Why did you have to give her superpowers? It's also embroiled in a lot of controversy at the time, and I actually don't know how much of it was true or not.
What was the controversy?
People were saying that some of that movie was filmed, like, either on or very close to Chinese concentration camps.
Like, current ones?
Yes. I believe so.
Did they know that?
I don't remember, honestly. Like, that movie came out...
Also, China has concentration camps? Have we checked?
Yes!
Cool. That's a thing.
Do the Uyghurs not mean anything?
Shut up. This is a happy stream.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. I didn't know if you were being serious or not.
Do you want to go? Do you want to go to the Chinese concentration camp?
No.
Stop it.
Okay, fine.
Their government is listening right now,
Oh, great.
and I think you know that.
Really? The government that banned YouTube in their country is listening in on us?
Hey, just because they banned doesn't mean they're not listening.
Okay, you're not wrong. That's a good point. That is a very, very good point. There was a thank you at the end of the oh, God. Yeah,
That's awkward.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, I never have watched a single of these, like, Disney live-action remakes just based on principle alone, because, like, I grew up loving a lot of, you know, the original, like...
Yeah, guys, thanks for all these extras. Where did those people come from?
Oh my God, stop.
I know, right? That was dark. I apologize for that one.
Oh my God, that was dark even by, like, your standards.
Oh, I know. I almost didn't say it in my head. I'm like, I don't think I can say that on stream, but I'm like,
Jeez.
no.
Christ. Okay.
I apologize. I do genuinely apologize if I offended anybody.
I don't care. Like, I'm saying, I'm cursing in that regard. I don't care if you're making that kind of jokes. Me being myself, no. But like I grew up with movies like, you know, Mulan and, you know, I watched it on the Cynical Reviews Discord server movie night, and ooh. I mean, like, you know, like, probably, like, my favorite Disney movie, or at least one of my favorite Disney movies, is Aladdin, and, like, when I heard they were remaking that, I was like, nope, not going to watch it. I don't care how good.
I heard the Aladdin remake was alright, though.
I've heard it was decent, but, like, I just don't want to watch it again, just based on principle. It's like... I watched the original Aladdin when I was very young, and I loved the crap out of that movie. It's one of my favorite animated
One
movies,
jump
like,
ahead of the hitman.
You jump ahead of the scum. Wait, no, I forgot that song completely, but, like...
Shameful.
I never really remembered that song as well as I did, like, the other songs, you know, like Prince Ali, Fabulous
Alibaba.
Do you like Lady and the Tramp? It has been so long.
I've actually
since
never seen Lady and the Tramp.
And it's been so long since I've seen it that, like...
It's one of those Disney movies I never watched.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and
I've seen Oliver and Company. That helped.
Yeah, no, and I would definitely, again, like, it's not even for, like, the Robin Williams thing, because, like, Robin Williams was a gigantic part of why I loved the original movie, yeah. And I'm not, like, trying to, like, you know... I'm not trying to crap on Will Smith's abilities as an actor. It's just like
I will say, Will did a phenomenal job with, like, because he had an uphill battle.
Well,
like,
yeah.
he was inheriting a role that many didn't think could be done again. And he, like, was he as good as Robin? Of course not. Not in that role, but he did a great job.
Yeah, it's kind of like with what happened with Dwayne Johnson when they were making the new Jumanji movies, because, you know, making a sequel to a movie where, like, you know, the role was, you know, it's no longer applicable because the person who played the original role is deceased, you know, like, but like, from what I heard, like, they even, like, Dwayne Johnson himself said, you know, like, I want to do this in the most respectful way possible, you know, I loved Robin Williams, and, you know, I want to, you know, make sure that I'm not, like, you know, tarnishing his legacy or anything.
Yeah, I heard the Jumanji movies were actually pretty good, too.
Yeah, I've heard they were pretty decent. I still haven't seen them, but it's just more from the fact of, like, I haven't had a chance to buy them yet. Plus, also, I'm very iffy about seeing them because Jumanji is another classic childhood movie of mine, and I'm like, ooh, if that movie ends up being bad, then, oh, that's going to make me really angry. But no, I've heard, like, it was really, like, respectful. So who here remembers The Rescuers 1 and The Rescuers 2 Down Under? I never have seen either of those movies.
Kane would be all over that right now.
I will say that I'm kind of upset that, I'm a dirty zoomer and I grew up with Robin Williams. I mean, to be fair, I feel like if you grew up, like, at any point, even in the early 2000s, like, you have seen a Robin Williams movie in one form or another. Like, that dude has been in so much over the years that, like, it is practically impossible for somebody to have not seen a Robin Williams movie at some point in their life.
My son has seen Aladdin. There you go.
The original? So then, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, duh. What, am I gonna show him the remake? You kidding me? He's gotta see
I
the
mean-
original first. Come on now.
I mean, like, you know, I do love that original movie. I also love Tarzan because, practically because, I am totally a massive, I don't know if simp's the right word to use, but, like, I love, Phil Collins' music in that movie.
Everyone does. It's okay. You don't have to apologize for it.
I mean, the nostalgia critic didn't.
Really?
Kidding. Yeah, he actually went on, like, a really big rant about how he hated the music in that movie.
Can I just refresh your memory that I really can't actually stand
I know.
anything he ever says, right?
know.
Like, we've been over this
Yes,
so many times, and I feel like you keep forgetting.
Dude, I said that to joke around with you. I know you don't care. You also said you liked Tarzan 2 better than the original, and that, no.
Tarzan 2 was trash.
The only, like, thing... that
Tarzan
I
2
feel-
was so bad, it caused the estate of Sir Arthur... the estate of the author to revoke the license for Disney to make... Like,
What are you telling... You telling me you don't want to see George Carlin as a gorilla in a Tarzan movie?
Okay, that part sounds fine. It's not... That's not the issue.
It's everything else.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm well aware. It's why there hasn't been any Kingdom Hearts Aladdin content since the first movie. Or game, excuse me.
Aladdin? You mean Tarzan?
Yes.
You said Aladdin.
Yes, I meant Tarzan, sorry. I don't know if there's been any... I feel like there's been other Aladdin content in the other Kingdom Hearts games, but I could be wrong.
Was there in Kingdom Hearts 2? I have to ask Kane. I think there was. There was definitely in like one of the mobile games.
Or the spin-offs or something like Birth by Sleep
Yeah,
or something.
yeah. I know there was. I don't know if it was 2 or not, but I'm pretty sure there was.
Yeah. I feel like Matt would also be somebody who would know about that.
No, he wouldn't.
Really?
That's not a big Kingdom Hearts guy. Plus, he's not around anymore right now.
Fair point.
Have you heard from him?
Nope.
Neither have I.
Well. Yeah. But Kingdom Hearts is just generally something that I don't like touching when it comes to, like, oh, I know anything about this, because I don't.
Because you
I
don't.
didn't grow up... Well, yeah, no, because I didn't grow up with PlayStation, so and for the longest time, Kingdom Hearts was only exclusive to PlayStation, so, like, I never played those games growing up.
It wasn't even that long. It was on the GBA.
No, I meant, like, the main games, and back then I probably would have played them were they on, like, were I to have owned a PS2, but I didn't. I owned an Xbox, a GameCube, and a Wii for the longest time, and then even when I was upgrading to modern consoles, I stuck with Xbox and Nintendo, so, you know.
How's he doing? He sounds like it.
What?
I'm asking my girlfriend how my son is. She was playing a game with him. Teddy's on them.
We were talking to me and
I did. I did talk to you. And
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, like, I've never been, like, who's been, like, I've never been a person who's been super obsessed with Kingdom Hearts. I have nothing against the games. They're, like, on concept alone, I think they're fantastic. But I personally can't speak for the quality of many of them because I played, like, an hour of Kingdom Hearts 2, and I've played, like, maybe 10 hours of Kingdom Hearts 1. I'm not really, like... super invested in the games or their lore.
Maybe you should be.
I could try. I mean, I own like the collection on Xbox, so hey, you know. And I love the music in those games. I think like the music is especially like a highlight. Like that main theme is still like probably one of the best I've ever heard in any Square game, period. Despite the fact how uppity they tend to get about like the music. I also really loved going like off of more obscure Disney movies. I love The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, you've mentioned that before.
I do. I think it's a great movie, and honestly, out of like all the Disney soundtracks, I can't think of anyone that like still to this day gives me chills the way that that movie's does.
Like fire.
Not even that. It's like just
fire.
like that's a great song, yeah. But like
So-
even at the beginning, like
Okay.
when they're singing like the bells of Notre Dame, like that music, like still like every time I listen to it, it's just like
Ow.
it gives me the chills. Like just ooh. Different company, but thoughts on the Polar Express. That's one of my favorite movies ever.
Oh no. We're gonna talk about the Polar Express.
Yes,
That's dangerous.
Ted just owns a bunch of crap he doesn't play. Cole Phelps.
I mean,
Am I allowed to time him out for being right? I'm kidding. I'm not gonna be that kind of
I was
person.
gonna say
but still.
no, you're not, because I'm gonna say it too. That is
Yeah, no.
that is alarmingly correct, and I think
That-
you know that.
It is, but still, those words cut like a knife. But yeah, no. I legitimately love the Polar Express. That's a movie that I've treasured since I was a kid.
See, I grew up being read the book,
Also,
and the movie makes me seethe.
See, that's the weird thing, because I actually thought that the movie was a really respectful adaptation of the book. Because, like, if you're going, here's my...
The train slides on the ice.
Yes, I get that. Also,
This is ridiculous.
Also, they had to stretch a, 40-page children's book to an hour-and-a-half movie, and I felt like...
Then maybe you shouldn't have made it into a movie.
You're being very negative. Tribal Typhoon is talking about do a movie about the Polar Express for Christmas. Am I allowed to plug myself here and say that I did a review of the Polar Express?
Go nuts.
I
You need all that. You need all the help you can get.
I actually did a review of the Polar Express for Christmas like a year and a half ago. It's like I wanted to do that in particular because that was a movie I had a lot of emotional attachment to, and the year that I was going to do it, my grandma passed away, and I wanted to do it.
Oh, really laying it on thick, aren't you?
Well, yeah, because that was the first movie I ever saw with her in the theaters, and I was going to do it, and then she passed away 5 days before Christmas, and I was like, well, I'm not going to do that now. It's why I ended up doing Die Hard instead. And at that, I did it like a month later. And then I did it a year later to kind of honor her. Sorry for your loss. I mean, like, I don't want to say I've gotten over it, because you never really get over losing a family member, but you know, I did it to honor her. I just didn't feel like I was in the right emotional spot at that point to actually do it.
Coward. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Coward. I only have one grandparent left, and I'm holding her close. Yeah, definitely do so. 'Cause
I
you never-
must liberate
Yeah.
the Dutch.
But yeah, but yeah, I did a review of the Polar Express like a year and a half ago. I do have a very strong emotional attachment to it, so like I admit I am very biased when it comes to that movie.
So
but
biased
still.
and so very wrong.
What do you mean so very wrong? Not all of us are rail fans, Josh. You ever think about that? Huh?
you realize you just said this in my stream, right?
Yes, I did.
I want to make sure you knew.
I mean, hey, I'm not judging anybody for being a rail fan. I'm just saying not all of us are.
You sound like you are.
You can be a rail fan all you want. I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna pretend I know like anything about rails or anything like that. But if you want it, like
I don't know what rails are. Sorry, I just really like your phrasing on that. Like, what even are rails?
Like you do you, boo. That's my general policy.
Shut up, Ted.
No, I will not shut up. Back to movies, let's go with comedy. Have you seen Down Periscope? I don't even know what that is.
Yo, I love that movie! I can't believe someone else knows about it! God, that movie's hilarious!
What's it about?
Well, it's about a submarine, as you can figure that out.
I would assume so.
It stars, so, I'll give the loose synopsis. It stars, Kelsey Grammer. You know,
boy.
What's oh boy?
Kelsey, continue.
Hey, he's a great actor. He is. Anyway, so, but he plays a somewhat misfit submarine commander.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, it takes place during the Cold War, and the American government is worried that the Soviets reactivated some of their old steam-powered submarines, and they're afraid that they might be able to use them to sneak into American ports under the nose of the modern nuclear submarines. And so they task their least favorite commander with a newly recommissioned old American diesel submarine.
With a tattoo on his Johnson.
Did I say? Did I? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a story that's a running joke. It's a long story. Anyway, so, but did I say steam? I meant diesel. They're all diesel submarines. Well, the nuclear ones obviously are. But anyway, but he gets the sub, and he gets a ridiculous misfit crew. And he has to try to get everyone to work together, and it's a whole cast of characters.
That actually sounds like too bad a movie.
It's not. It's hysterical, and and the plot is about them because their task is to participate in these war games and actually do what they think the Soviets might be trying to do to see if it's even possible for someone to sneak past the American Navy's nuclear submarine fleet. So this ragtag bunch of comedic characters are using a completely obsolete submarine to sneak past state-of-the-art nuclear subs with top-notch crews. It's a very funny movie, very overlooked in the grand scheme of things. I adore that film. So if you ever get a chance to see it, it's a very, very funny movie.
I will do so. Weirdly enough, like whenever I think of like vehicle-based comedies, like immediately my mind either jumps to like Airplane or is it Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? Is that another one?
I believe so.
Okay, I've never seen that movie, but I like it's called Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, so I'm just going to assume it's based on vehicles.
Really? Why?
I don't know. Anyone else seen Goon or Slapshot? No. I've seen the Goonies, but not Goon.
Ever seen Dune?
I tried watching the new movie and I got bored by it within, like, the first half hour.
Shame. I heard it's actually pretty good.
I'm not gonna shame anybody who likes it, it's just not for me. Like, I think it's one of those cases where, like, every single person went on about how Dune was, like, one of the greatest damn things to ever happen to science fiction.
Yo, Dune fans are nuts!
And, that's the thing, though, it's like, my grandfather was one of them, where, like, he constantly, like, hyped up Dune as, like, this big thing. And I watched it, and I'm like, not only was I not really impressed, but he was constantly talking during it, and I was like, I cannot understand a single thing that is going on when you were sitting right next to me and talking over every single aspect. It's actually kind of annoying.
Father! The sleeper has awakened!
Although after my dad and I had a long discussion about it one day, I learned that Mass Effect probably got a lot of its influences from that, as well as like a lot of other things in science fiction.
Dune has influenced a lot.
Yeah, Mass Effect, Star Wars, probably.
Like, you ever see anything with sandworms in it?
Yeah,
Dune.
yeah. I mean the Thresher mods from Mass Effect.
The spice, Ted!
Spice. Uh-oh. Well, that ripped me. Tremors. Yeah, I love Tremors. Tremors is a great movie.
I hate Tremors.
What? You hate Why?
I just think, I just, it's so lame.
What do you mean it's lame?
I don't think it's bad, I just don't like it.
It's Kevin Bacon.
I understand that.
Bacon goes good with anything. I do remember he actually got interviewed about why he never returned for any of the sequels. And he explained it was mostly because, the original Tremors didn't do that well in the theaters, but it did do very well on DVD, so, like, when they basically just started making, like, all the Tremors movies direct to DVD, he wasn't really into the idea of doing that at the time.
Yeah, he was a really big deal back then.
Yeah, which I think is a shame, because I thought he did really well in that movie.
He's a good actor. He is. He just made it. He just had he ran into bad luck.
Wait, did something happen to him that I'm not aware of?
I heard he got taken for a ride with a financial scam. I think that was part of the problem. And then he's one of those big name actors that kind of just stopped, having good opportunities.
Ouch. Yeah, I can
which happens
understand
sometimes. Sometimes actors just run into that where it's like they just don't get.
that. Yeah.
People are asking for your channel because it's a good thing that you plugged yourself without telling people how to find your videos.
Sorry, I will plug my channel. Give me a second. Or wait, I'm not going to be able to because I'm not on your channel. Damn it.
Shameful. It's Teddy on the spot.
Yeah, Teddy on the spot. That's my channel name. I haven't uploaded a review in a long time, but I'm
Go to his video and post in the comments and say that he's an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you can go and do that. That's what people have been doing in my comment section for the past 5 damn years, so... I'm not bringing up why, because I brought up why on this stream, like, I don't know how many times now. But you know why.
Oh, I know why.
Thomas and Friends went downhill since they stopped using models. I mean, I don't know if that's the exact reason, but I can definitely say that's one of the main reasons why, like, I stopped watching it when I was a little
That
kid.
was definitely part of the problem. The other issue is they ran out of stories written by Reverend W. Audrey.
Yeah,
So they had to start writing new stuff, and that can either go very well or very bad. It depends who's writing it, and sometimes you know how it is.
No, I don't.
They definitely lost their charm after changing from the models to not the models. Which I know disappointed a lot of people, because people were like, but the models that was part of the, like, yeah, you're right, but that's...
Anybody here like Tango and Cash? Never seen Tango and Cash. I think the only Kevin Bacon movie I've ever seen is Friday the 13th. I mean, to be fair, that is a very good movie. I also have reviews on the
I
entirety
often
of the Friday
forget
the 13th
Kevin was
franchise.
even in that movie.
I also have a review on the entire Friday the 13th franchise, so hey.
Are you just here to steal my thunder?
Josh,
You
you
just-
said...
Did I say that?
Yes.
I don't know.
You said go ahead. Also,
Did
you said
I don't quite remember saying that.
You said you need all the help you can get. Stream, clip it, go back and clip it.
You can't clip things on YouTube streams.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
You can enable it.
No, you can't.
But yes, you can.
No, you can't.
I've done it. I've done it on my own stream.
No, you can't.
Okay.
No,
wow.
you're making that up. I don't believe
Being
you.
very negative.
I don't believe you at all.
Bacon gets stabbed in the neck in the first Friday movie. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Home Alone? I feel like we talked about this the last stream.
We did.
I love Home Alone. I love almost all of the movies, or at least like the first two in particular. I think are great, and I have a soft spot for the third one. Fourth is basically like my personal least favorite movie of all time. Not the absolute worst I've seen, but definitely my least favorite. And then fifth is very fine, and then I wasn't as angry about Home Sweet Home Alone as everybody else was. If you're wondering, yes, I'm very into retro action movies. I mean, hey, nothing wrong with being into retro action movies. I mean, like, two of my favorite movies of all time are Die Hard and the Terminator films. The first two, anyway.
Because Teddy is nothing if not basic.
I love... Okay, are you going to say the first two Terminator films aren't great?
Oh, no. I would never say that.
Home Alone, the franchise where that kid should be adopted by another family by the many, many times he's been left home alone, weirdly during holidays, mainly Christmas. Well, that's the thing, though, is that he only was technically left home alone twice. Or once, actually, because...
No, twice.
No, once, because in the second movie he was lost.
Oh, right, he's lost in New York.
Yeah, so he wasn't technically left home alone, he was just, you know... The tarantula in the first Home Alone is named Axel. Is that actually the case? I also actually had to look up if they used a real tarantula in that movie, and apparently they did.
You had to look that up? That was obviously a real tarantula.
Well, no, because like I had some people saying like, "Oh no, there's no way they would use a real tarantula." With the fact that there's that scene where Marv like tries to.
Why wouldn't they use a real one? They're harmless.
Well, again, it's like there's no.
Because people are stupid.
It's not for the fact that they're harmless. I'm talking specifically about the idea that, you know, there's that one scene in the movie where Marv tries to crush it to death with the crowbar when it's on Harry's stomach.
Oh.
So, you know, the Humane Society for Animals and all that.
I read there was a way they did that.
I always thought the way they just did it was just by speeding up the footage and adding a sound effect.
Yeah, I don't... Because I'm pretty sure he also didn't hit Joe Pesci in the chest with a frickin' crowbar.
No, again, like what I'm pretty sure they did was they just like they like filmed the scene in slow motion so the spider had time to get out of the way. My top favorite action franchise are RoboCop, Lethal Weapon, Die Hard, Terminator, etc. I love the first RoboCop. Haven't seen any of the other ones. Still haven't seen any of the Lethal Weapon movies. Love the first two Die Hard movies. Hated the third one. Haven't seen any of the others, and I love the first two Terminator films, and I refuse to see any of the others.
You refuse to see? First of all, Salvation actually wasn't that bad.
Okay, I don't refuse to see them, it's just I'm very, very...
I have a soft spot for 3. I don't think it's as bad as people like to say it is.
I think the problem is that with 3, it was coming off the back of arguably the best sci-fi action film ever made.
Right. I haven't seen anything past Salvation, though, and... Probably because from there everything got kooky and strange. And
I was about to say, because I've heard absolutely nothing but terrible things about Genesis, and I Dark Fate, like...
I think Dark Fate had an interesting idea. It intrigued me, but...
Freaking, you don't do that to John Connor, man.
Yeah, that was Genesis, though.
No, but you know what they did with him in Dark Fate, right?
No.
They killed him. Before the main title even pops up, he dies.
Oh, so Skynet finally succeeded. Interesting.
Yeah, because apparently, despite the fact that in the first two Terminator films, they were like, okay, we're gonna send back this one T-800, to, stop Sarah Connor from giving birth to John Connor. That's our plan. And in case that fails, we'll send back this advanced prototype. We only have one, though. We only have one, so we gotta make sure this is right. But apparently they just decided to send back a bunch of other Terminators in between then and.
Well, yeah, I mean, in theory, if Skynet can like honestly, it kind of closes a plot hole with the Terminator movies, which is that like why does Skynet can do there's a lot of things you can do with time travel to fix this problem that Skynet just is actually making this way harder on itself.
You're talking about the fact that, like, why don't they just send back a bunch of Terminators?
No, not even that. Like, okay, follow me on this. Why not kill Sarah's parents? Or their parents? There are so many things you can do
Because
to ensure this won't happen.
Because Sarah Connor was the one who gave birth to John Connor, who along with her ended up leading the resistance against the machines.
But if her parents are dead, she can't exist, and therefore John can't exist, you idiot.
You make a very good point.
I know I do, because the movies have always been kind of dumb in that way.
Look, in all fairness, I think that's just a problem with most time travel movies.
Oh,
Actually,
that's true. That's true.
Actually,
But my argument here is that don't try to bring this frickin' logic in with the new ones when they're at least attempting to make sense of something that can't be made sense of.
That is fair, but, like, it bothers me.
Oh my God! Cole Phelps knows what Four Brothers is? I love Four Brothers. That is a movie nobody knows about but me, and Cole, apparently. That's an awesome movie.
Never heard of it.
It stars Mark Wahlberg.
Okay, you already have me intrigued.
It's about they're not
brothers.
Well, yes, but they were foster kids. And they, so they're not biologically related, but they were basically kids that couldn't be dealt with by any other foster family. So this one woman took all four of them in as, kids that absolutely were just the worst, and she raised them and did a really great job. Like they grew to love her. Like that was their mom as far as they were concerned because she was so good at it. And they grow up and they go their separate ways. But what happens is their mother gets murdered.
Oh.
And they all come back, for the funeral, and they're like, "Oh, they're gonna figure out who the heck killed their mom." And that's how the movie. For a movie that very few people have seen or know about, it's a phenomenal film.
That actually does sound like a very intriguing premise.
With like it honestly has some of the best gunfight action that I've seen in a movie, especially for its era. Like I just remember sitting there like the effects on like the bullet impacts in the scenes, like it was all done in such a phenomenal way. It's a good movie. It's a great movie.
By the way, going back to Kevin Bacon for a second, I actually tried to find scenes from a specific movie of his earlier in the week. I did not realize how many movies there are that literally are called, like, Darkness or The Darkness or something along those lines.
I am not very original, I agree.
No, I'm not, that wasn't a dig at you.
No,
Oh my
but
God.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, but there was a movie that came out back in, like, 2016 or something that was called The Darkness that starred him. From what I heard, it was really bad. But I found another horror movie called Darkness that came out in, like, 2002. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's not a very commonly used word. I mean,
and then there was also like the Darkness video game series and comic book series as well.
yeah.
Still haven't really dabbled in that series as much as I would have liked as well, which is a shame because I have heard those games are really good.
The first one, it really is never that great. It desperately needed a proper map for one, and other than that, it's okay. The second game I thought was really good and fixed most of the problems with the first one. So,
from my recollection as well, it also annoyed you how everybody kept asking if you've played it because of its name and nothing else.
all the frickin' time, all the frickin' time.
Yeah. I mean, it was based off of a comic book series, which I actually didn't know until I watched a review on them. I also heard, like, one of the main problems with the first game is the fact that, like, it would have benefited properly from... It would have been benefited massively from a proper PC port, which it never got. The second game got a PC port, but the first game never was brought to PC, so...
Yeah, I played the second game on PC. I played the original on 360.
Yeah,
I don't see why it being on PC has anything to do with its issues, though.
Well, from what I've heard, it's just like, depending on what platform you're playing on, you're saddled with some of the worst performance you will ever see on the 7th generation of consoles. In particular, I've heard the PS3 version just runs like trash.
Well, that era for PS3 games was really bad, so I'm not surprised. But like I said, I played on 360. I did not have performance issues. I had issues figuring out where the hell I was going because there is a map, but there's no icon for there's not even an icon for telling you where you are at, let alone where you're supposed to go.
Fair point.
So it's like the opposite of helpful.
Weirdly enough, it kind of reminds me of an issue I had with the original Destiny, now that I think about it. Which is the fact that I hated the map system in that game. Because, oh my god, if you didn't like the original Destiny with its mechanics and how arcadey it could feel at times, do not play the original game. Not that I would expect you to. Anyway.
I was gonna say, why would I do that?
I don't know. I mean, you played the first game, or you played the second game out of spite because I said you would never play it.
True, but at this point, like, does anyone even play the original Destiny? Are the servers even still active?
Yes, very much so. Even on the 360 and PS3.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah. Well, because there's content in that game that isn't available in the second game, like specific raids and stuff. What I'm assuming they're probably going to end up doing is, like, bringing it over into Destiny 2 at some point and basically, like, you know, do, like, a Left 4 Dead 2 thing. Where they just eventually have, like, you know...
You know what word I've started to hate these days in this modern age?
What?
Content.
In what way?
Because, like, I know it seems weird for me to say because I am a content creator. It's what I do to make my living now. You know, and I totally follow that. But, like, it feels like everybody's just like, look at my content. I make this content. And everyone's like, I need more content. We gotta get on our phones to absorb more content. It's always content. And it's like, you know, there was a time when I was like, you know, back in the day on YouTube, it was just like, I want to watch this dude's videos. Or I want to see this person's stream. But now everything's under this one umbrella of content. And it's just so corporate and bleh. Maybe it's just my edgelord side coming out though.
Cole Phelps asks,
"What's and by side I mean everything about me, but still."
Cole Phelps asks, "What's your favorite setting for a movie or a setting that you think isn't used enough?"
That's a weird question.
Haunted hospitals. I'm kidding. I am absolutely.
I'm gonna say, hey, Ted, shut up.
I mean, like, hey, do you want to go play Outlast? Do you want to go watch Grave Encounters?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to go play The Suffering? Do you I get that hospitals are a very cliche horror setting. I was totally saying that as a joke. In all honesty, if you want my actual thoughts on a setting that hasn't really been used very often, well, like, I'm very big into horror, so like any horror setting that is like very unique, I always think is very interesting personally to me. I think in particular, like, there was one movie that I watched a while ago that I really liked, and I can't remember the name of it.
Can't like things on the internet.
Okay, not setting, but premise. There was a movie that was released a couple of years ago, back when COVID first hit.
I should probably check on the Pacific Theater now that I think about it. I completely forgot that was a thing. I was so focused on taking back Europe.
There was a movie that was released that was called The Vigil, which was a very, heavily themed in Judaism. Which I actually thought was really unique because, you know, a lot of, you know, horror movies that tend to deal with religion tend to focus on, like, Christianity and stuff like that. But, like, you know, so, like, you know, we don't see a lot of you know, as many, you know, like, covering, like, the Jewish faith. And I actually thought that movie was really, really good and scary. Like, it wasn't any kind of, like, masterpiece, don't get me wrong, but, like, I thought for the most part that it was a very solid movie. So, like, not a setting per se, but the premise, I thought, of that movie was actually very good. I'm assuming you haven't seen it, Josh.
Seen what?
The Vigil.
No.
Dang it. Do you know what it's about?
No.
It's fine. It's about, like, I should actually look up the specifics, but per my understanding, in the Jewish faith, there's a tradition where if somebody dies, you are supposed to sit for a vigil before, I believe, like, before a wake or a funeral or something along those lines. If anybody knows the actual proceedings and wants to correct me in the chat, please feel free to, because I don't want to disrespect anybody. But it's about a guy who's fallen very hard out of Judaism because of events that have happened to him in the past, and he gets tasked with doing a vigil for this guy in his community who recently passed away. And it turns out that when this guy was still in Europe, because he was like,
Oh no, this is something becoming very topical. Go on.
well, I believe he might have been a Holocaust survivor.
There we go. That's what I was waiting for.
But he basically brought over with him, like, some kind of, like, horrible, like, demonic creature.
Okay, that's less topical.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying, like, in particular from, like, what he was. Because, again, it has to do with Judaism, so, like, that kind of thing is going to come up. I just, I wanted to, like, make sure I'm, like, being as respectful as I possibly can be when talking about this. Don't want to offend anybody.
This sounds like a really weird movie.
Oh no, it's awesome though. Like, that was the thing that I liked the most about it, was like from what I know, especially like from people who are Jewish, like, they actually specifically said the movie represented Judaism, like, very faithfully. And also, like I said, it was just really nice to see a religious horror movie that for once wasn't talking about Christianity. Not like I'm trying to sound like I'm against Christianity, it's just like, you do have to admit that, like, a lot of religious-themed horror movies always deal with the topic of Christianity. Whether it's, like, The Exorcist or, like, The Conjuring, like, a lot of them do tend to be about Christianity. So, like, to see something that wasn't about Christianity was fairly refreshing. Now that I think about it, actually, I do remember earlier when we were talking about unnecessary remakes, and now I remember that they remade Poltergeist a few years back, which is my favorite horror movie of all time, personally. Yeah. I actually like that remake, not gonna lie. I don't know, like, what are some of your favorite horror movies?
Mine?
Yes.
Jeez.
I've been ranting about. I've literally just been ranting about horror movies for like 15 minutes.
That's easy. Halloween.
Is it more horror? Like, I always thought that was more like slasher.
What the hell do you think a slasher movie is?
Well, I always
a comedy?
Well, no, but I always deemed like slasher and horror as like I always viewed them as two different things.
Well, you're an idiot.
Well, okay.
Slasher's just a subgenre under horror, Ted.
Okay, but would you really call like a movie like Friday the 13th like on the same level as something like The Thing or Halloween?
Okay. Well, first of all, Friday the 13th is in the same category as Halloween. They are literally both slasher movies. A. B. Again, subgenre. C. Okay. I could play this freaking game. Would you?
I don't want to play a game.
Would you consider Terminator the in the same category as Dune?
Being sci-fi, yes.
They're both Ted. You're
They're both sci-fi movies.
exactly, and these are
but-
all horror movies, Ted.
But one has to do with space, and one has to do with time traveling, killing murderous robots from the future.
Also, you brought up the
Pretty much.
Thing. That's sci-fi as well.
Yes, yes, it is.
You know what? Just, we're done here. It's okay. I answered your question.
Halloween.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what? How about Jaws? I like Jaws a lot.
Jaws is pretty good. I mean, like that. I don't think I've heard anybody ever say a single bad thing about Jaws. That's actually one of my dad's favorite movies. That's his second favorite movie. So I kind of like grew up with it. I also did find it a bit humorous that there's apparently, and by apparently I mean there is because my dad found this, there's a Facebook account that is literally just called Larry Vaughn's Shirt. And every single July 3rd, it says, "For Christ's sakes, tomorrow's the 4th of July!" Which and every single year it happens, and I always thought that was the funniest thing. Honestly,
Amity
I-
is a summer town. We need summer dollars.
Yeah. If anything, honestly, he was more of a villain in the movie than the friggin' shark was.
Right.
Because, like, the shark's not doing anything that it wouldn't do otherwise. It's
Well,
hunting
well,
prey.
well, no. To be fair, it kind of was doing things that it shouldn't be doing.
Want to elaborate?
Sharks don't usually hunt people.
I mean, no, but it needed food.
It could have eaten anything else. That's not. I mean, that honestly, the Jaws shark is not a good example of proper shark behavior. It wasn't even just an opportunist situation. It was ripping boats apart. That's not normal, Ted.
I mean, would you rather it be the Jaws 4 shark where it hops out of the water and roars like a dinosaur?
No, because that movie was just bad.
Would you rather that have been the case?
I just said no.
That's what I thought. They also changed a lot about the books, which even like the original, because I remember when Spielberg originally approached the author of Jaws, I forget his name right offhand. He was like, there's some things that I would probably do different. And he's like, go ahead. Because I remember in the book, is it Matt Hooper, like the scientist dude, ends up cheating on Brody's wife cheating on Brody's wife.
Cheating on Brody? You mean
Or-
banging
or-
Brody's wife?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to find the right wordage, which I could not. I know how to English good. No, but in all seriousness, I love Jaws. I love that movie. It's a movie my dad watches every 4th of July, sort of like how he always watches.
Aha! I'm approaching Hamburg. I will come for your burgers, Hamburg.
He always watches Trick or Treat every Halloween. You like that movie?
Never seen it.
You never seen Trick or Treat? Oh,
No.
it's a very good movie.
It sounds lame.
It's actually really good. It's like one of those horror anthology films where it's like a bunch of stories that interconnect through one thing, which is like that little kid monster creature with the jack-o'-lantern mask. His name's Sam. It's a great movie. I loved it a lot, actually. I also liked, is it Creepshow? Is that what I'm thinking of?
You're a creep show.
Okay, great. That doesn't answer my question, though. Is it, like, the one movie, like, people are probably gonna kill me, but, like, the one movie that, like, had that one segment where it was, like, a farmer...
The movie that had the one thing
not like...
with the guy and the things!
Oh my god, yeah, like... curses that I can't swear. No. The one segment that had, like, the farmer who had, like, a meteor crash onto his farm, and he started, like, growing, like, plant-like things on it all over his body. On, like, some Last of Us type crap. Does any... Please tell me somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about. Creepshow. Thank you. Thank you, Cole. See, Josh, Cole knows.
That's nice.
Jesus Garcia wants to know what your favorite Disney movie is.
Atlantis.
There you go.
We went over this.
Is it fair to say that, like, a Pixar movie is my favorite?
I mean, it technically counts. Usually people don't... Usually people say, like, what's your... Usually people separate them, because Pixar... I mean, they're owned by Disney, so anything Pixar makes is Disney, but Pixar's kind of in their own little world.
Yeah, especially because
so
they usually pioneer the 3D stuff, which is weird to think about nowadays, because back then Disney still did 2D movies, and I don't really remember the last time that they did a 2D animated movie.
I want to say Frog Princess?
Princess and the Frog, yeah.
Princess and the Frog, yeah. That's the most recent one I remember. But
I love that movie.
I've never seen it.
I thought it was awesome. In particular, I just like the music because I like jazz music. My dad actually liked it more because he has a fondness for New Orleans, so... Yeah. So yeah, my old man was like, he loves that area, so the movie's a very soft spot for him. I also thought the villain was very unique. Dr. Facilier, the witch doctor. Or was he a witch doctor, or was he more like a voodoo man? Either way.
Voodoo.
Yeah.
Voodoo.
I don't want to say witch doctor, because then I'm just gonna, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Keith David's definitely awesome. Name something that Keith David isn't awesome in. He's Keith David. He's awesome in everything he's in. He's awesome in Mass Effect, he's awesome in Coraline, he's awesome when he, was voicing the Punisher. Like, the dude could literally voice anything, and he absolutely would nail it. I mean, heck, like, they even brought him back to voice the Punisher when he was in Mortal Kombat 11. That's how, like, recognizable he was as that character. Along with bringing back, the original actors for, RoboCop and Rambo and all that. The only one they didn't do was the Terminator, weirdly enough.
Arnold's pretty pricey.
Well, yeah. I mean, were you saying Sly isn't?
Not as much as Arnold is.
Fair point.
Stallone, I mean, Stallone's great. I love Stallone. But, like, Arnold's still Arnold. And Stallone, most of the movies are, popcorn, stuff he just feels like doing because whatever.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair...
These days.
I mean, like, to be fair...
Whereas...
I feel like he partially did Suicide Squad just because he was doing that as, like, a favor to James Gunn.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, like, he tends to do, like, movies for people as a favor, and I know James Gunn, like, also does the same thing where, like, he's friends with a lot of actors, so he'll do stuff like that. Speaking of movies set in New Orleans, have you ever seen 12 Rounds, anyone? I've actually never heard of that. I don't know what that is. Keith David is the Arbiter as well, yeah, and he's awesome as the Arbiter as well. He's a great character. I like, the Arbiter is, like, he's one of the best characters that Halo has ever had. He's part of the... He's one of the reasons that I love Halo 2 as much as I do, was because not only did they introduce a new playable character with him, but they also treated him in a very respectable way, and Keith David did a great job voicing him. And then he was equally as awesome in Halo 3. There's also, I don't know if any of you all have ever seen the Librarian movies, but the third one was also set in New Orleans, and that movie I have a really soft spot for. It's a very dumb film series, but I do like it a lot. Like, it's literally a movie series about a dude who gets a job as a librarian and ends up protecting, like, the world's most valuable artifacts. Do you like Ivor the Engine? Somebody's asking.
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know either.
It sounds like a Thomas parody, though.
Might be. Ugh. John Cena is in Fortnite. I don't. That doesn't surprise me. Wait, 12 Rounds is a John Cena movie, and think Die Hard 3. Okay, you've already lost me. But with John Cena and the terrorist is an IRA member? Huh. Also, didn't Keith David voice Spawn out the Punisher? Yeah, did I say the Punisher? I apologize, I meant Spawn. I don't believe he ever voiced the Punisher, but yeah, he voiced Spawn. And
I was gonna say, I was thinking Spawn.
yeah, no, if I said the Punisher, then I apologize. That's not what I meant.
What's up?
You have appetite?
I'm starving.
Starving.
I just didn't want to ask for anything.
Why?
Because I didn't want to bother you.
Why?
Because I didn't want to bother you.
Why?
Because you were having so much fun.
I'm just not lying.
How's he?
Watching your kid videos on his.
Oh, okay. Is he good? Good.
His, I was checking his forehead. He's not so hot. I don't know if I'm watching his fever or just tugging at it.
Okay.
Want me to check it, or-
If you want to check it, go ahead. I don't mind. Yeah. You press it once and then just put it against his head and wait for it to beep a second time.
Oh, is he quarantined with you?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
Alright.
Which in a weird way worked out because now I get him for 3 weeks.
Hey! I mean, am I allowed to say there's at least a positive to that?
You can.
Okay, I don't want to sound like a pretentious ass, I'm sorry.
You swore.
Like you haven't been this entire time.
I haven't.
Okay,
I'm a good boy.
good point. I mean, to be fair, that word also initially just meant donkey, so hey, you know.
You didn't. You shut up, Ted.
No. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not at all trying to disagree with the fact that Spawn and the Punisher are different. I just messed up with the wording. They're two totally different characters.
What are you talking about? They're exactly the same.
No, about the only thing that they have going for them is I believe they're both like revenge-based characters. But I think, but I'm not
They're
entirely
both.
sure.
They're both edgy.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, they are. Like, Spawn is literally... He's that. He's a Hellspawn. And the Punisher is literally just a dude who got so angry at the fact that his family was killed by the,
No,
by the mafia that he vowed to kill
Okay,
every
fine.
he vowed to kill every single criminal he ever came across as brutally as possible.
Fake worse.
Really?
Yeah, don't move. It'll give you a headache.
You done?
No, damn beat. Oh, you're dying.
Okay.
So wins the top 5 best tricycles. Hate to break it to you, mechanical guy. I don't think that's going to happen.
Maybe with that attitude.
Is that going to happen?
No.
Exactly. Shut up.
Tell me what to do.
Don't tell me what to do. You're not my dad.
Thank God.
But thank God. Uh-oh. Out of the 3, Spawn, Punisher, or Blade? That's a question for you.
Spawn.
Why Spawn?
Because. I am the ultimate edgelord, and I have the final say on this matter.
Fair point. They're all very edgy characters. I am a bit interesting to see what they'll be doing with that new Blade movie, but at the same time, I'm like, cautious. Edgy the Edge Hedge. To be fair, I have definitely coined the term edge hogs in the server way too often. Uh-oh. I mean, Spawn literally beat the devil and became the ruler of hell, so I understand. I thought that wasn't the devil necessarily that he beat. It was like some demon called Malbolgia or something.
Who worked for the devil.
Right. I'm sorry. Judge you. I'm your executioner. I love that character so much. Like, I don't know that much about Spawn, like, honestly, but I do have an affinity for characters like that. Also, it doesn't hurt the fact that, again, he's voiced by Keith David, so, you know, hey. The Doomslayer is edgier. Oh god, can we not get into this argument?
He is. I'll be real with you.
Can we not, please?
I wouldn't really consider the Doomslayer edgy.
He has PTSD, for God's sake.
Oh, now you're just quoting me.
No,
Which?
Well, okay, but okay. Then are you gonna say you were wrong?
No, I'm right.
Okay, then shush.
To be fair, Spawn kind of does too. A lot of edgy characters have stuff like that. I mean, literally, actually, I'm pretty sure every character we've just talked about, besides, no, they all have some form of PTSD. Doomslayer, I wouldn't consider really edgy. He's just inherently motivated to stab demons forever.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the power imbued to him by the Seraphim, I believe that's what the artifact that he uses is called. He literally grows stronger with how many more demons he kills. No, do not begin the debate. I will literally leave if we start a
Wait, didn't the DLC amend that, though? Didn't he lose that?
The Seraphim? I don't remember, honestly. I never actually finished the DLC for Doom Eternal.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he loses that in the end.
I know in the end, like, maybe... I forget. Also, in regards to Blade, like, does he have PTSD? I ask because I don't know a single thing about Blade as a character, other than he's a vampire
Yes.
hunter.
Yes.
What happened to give him that? Let me guess, family murdered by vampires?
Well, the reason he is the way he is that his mother was attacked and bitten while she was pregnant with him.
Oh, so he's like a half vampire.
He's a hybrid situation. It's a weird case.
Rip and tear. I will be real for a second as well and say that, like, it's gonna be weird, like, seeing a Blade movie that doesn't star Wesley Snipes. I'm not necessarily sure if that's for better or for worse.
Daywalker, that's what they call him. He's a daywalker.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure if that's necessarily going to be for better or for worse. I haven't seen the other Wesley
Because
Snipes movies, so-
I don't think they consider Blade a Damphir
Damn fair.
like Rain is. Damphir's a half human, half vampire.
Rain?
Rain from Blood Rain.
Oh, her. Yeah,
is-
yeah.
She's a Damphir, but that's because her mother was raped by a vampire.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Oh.
the Rain's backstory's really dark, yo. Like for a series that gets that people are like, that's all just for fan service. No, this is actually some really. She fights vampire Nazis, okay? Which I know sounds ridiculous, but it takes that element very seriously.
I honestly didn't expect that to come out of your mouth. I'm sorry.
That's the plot to those games. Well, sorry, the first two, the side scroller Castlevania style one, Betrayal. I don't think she fights Nazis in that one.
Oh, but what about the pinnacle of the franchise, the Uwe Boll movies?
What about eating broken glass? I'm sorry.
About a song about broken glass, I'll help you right after class. There is no song that can surpass the song we sing about broken glass. Whistling solo. I can't whistle. I didn't like. Oh, I miss that show. I dare you to do a top 5 British Railways diesels list. I think we can go back to the comparison about eating broken glass for that.
I was gonna say, it's second verse, same as the first.
No, I can whistle Mechanical Guy. It's just like I didn't wet my lips.
He lies. He knows nothing of whistling. That's clearly just a recording of whistling.
Shut up. Bro, I watched Hellsing Ultimate, so vampires fighting Nazis is not dumb to me. No, that's not the dumb part. That's not the part that I said that I was like, Jesus Christ, the part that
You didn't really say anything about it was dumb. You were just surprised that it was actually that serious.
Well, yes, but I
honestly, even the Uwe Boll movies like do mention it.
I was more saying Jesus Christ, the fact that I didn't know that she's like half a vampire because her mother was raped by one. Like that's some.
Yeah. The reason that she has a bunch of half sisters too. Her dad is a vampire. He realized that Damphirs in and of themselves have all the strengths of vampires with very few to none of the weaknesses. So he wanted to make more that were loyal to him. To do this, he became a serial rapist.
But.
Rain is the only one of his daughters to rebel. You actually have to fight some of her sisters as bosses during the games.
So it's like some really effed up version of Mega Man.
I guess in a sense, maybe.
Like to really dumb it down, like in ways that I would understand because I've never played a.
Yeah, but they're not like there is. It's obviously there is fan service in those games. I'm not gonna pretend like there ain't.
I look, Josh.
But there is some pretty legitimate and serious lore here that nobody talks about.
You said the same exact thing about that anime where the girl reloads guns with her boobs. So.
And I stand by that.
I'm just saying, Josh. When you break down like what the anime is at its most basic sense, it is like That sounds like the most fan-servicey crap on the planet. What is Blood Rain gameplay like? From what I know, the first two games are very much like 3D hack and slash beat 'em up kind of games, and Blood Rain Betrayal.
Yeah, think of the first two games. Think of something like Devil May Cry, only really awkward with a bad camera.
And then the
the 3D games have not aged well.
and then the
Would you let me talk?
Sorry.
You haven't played them, have you?
no, I was just gonna
Then shut up for a second.
finish what I was saying because you didn't let me finish. I was gonna say, as far as I know, Blood Rain Betrayal is a Metroidvania. There you go. That's all I wanted to say. God, jump down my throat, my
It's
God.
not a Metroidvania, though.
Okay, then
And if you let me talk, then
please do.
why are you? Because you haven't played that one either. You're talking about games you haven't played, and I have, and you're interrupting me as if you know better about games that you haven't played. Like, do you see how stupid this is?
Fairly certain I played Blood Rain Betrayal at one point.
Are you sure?
I might have. I think I got it like. When
See,
it
you
was-
aren't even sure. Just stop. Okay, the first two games are early PS2 3D beat 'em ups. They have not aged well. They have poor cameras, questionable. Like they're awkward experiences these days, but at the time they were pretty cool, and they have some pretty cool elements. And it still kind of do if you can get past their dated, their sort of dated nature. Betrayal is a side scroller. It's kind of like a Castlevania Metroid experience, but I don't say Metroidvania because it's more like the original Castlevania where it's linear.
Ah,
It's-
okay.
Yeah, it's not Metroidvania. It's original Castlevania style.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
But in that vein, it's very good. It's got awesome bosses. Like, it's very much like Castlevania in that way. Just not Metroidvania.
Yeah. What's wrong with having a little fan service? Nothing. As long as that's like not all that your piece of media is.
I don't know. If you ask Twitter, everything.
Well, Twitter can bite me. So.
Oh no! You use it all the time.
Yes,
still.
yes, I do, but I'm not.
Don't you?
Okay, Josh.
Don't you,
Jo-
Ted?
Yes, but to put it into perspective.
You like Twitter, don't you,
Oh
Ted?
my. I swear.
You understood that reference.
Yes, I did. Because I grew up with SpongeBob. How would I not get that reference? Twitter is a cesspool, but at the same time.
Twitter didn't actually used to be like that. What happened was when Tumblr destroyed themselves.
Because they banned porn.
That interestingly enough, it's funny how the world works. Everyone who was on Tumblr, because Tumblr used to be the big joke for all the woke madness. When interesting how they have an issue with. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway,
You wanna finish that thought? Go on.
no.
Go on.
Okay, you're super woke and all about anti-objectification and all this, and everything, but you left because there wasn't porn. Now I want everyone, please, I want you to think about this for a second, and let me know where the logic hiccup is, because it bothers me. Okay, it does. Anyway, but as I was trying to say,
Oh yeah, jiggle physics. The one reason to buy the Resident Evil HD remake. No,
but once that happened, everyone from Tumblr went to Twitter, and Twitter's been as it is since then.
yeah. Also, to bring up a point, you do realize that like one of my favorite game series of all time is the Xenoblade Chronicles series, which gets Oh God, excuse me. What did my stomach just do there? Which gets thrashed. It gets thrashed constantly because
By Twitter.
yes, because everybody's like, oh, these characters have massive boobs, and it's like, yeah, so you saying girls with massive boobs don't exist?
It's not about that. It's about the objectification.
And how do they objectify them? each of the characters in...
by making them into objects. To be fair, in that context, they are literal swords. So,
I mean, in the first game, no, they're not. But in the second game, yeah, okay, I will do that. I refuse to get a Twitter account. I don't care if I needed to get popular on YouTube or Twitter. You mean Twitch, I assume. I refuse to touch it. And that's fair. That's totally fair. I really only have a Twitter nowadays just to keep in touch with, like, certain, like, game companies to be like, oh, hey, they're announcing so-and-so thing. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. I also was really annoyed with a lot of people regarding Xenoblade Chronicles 3's announcement. I got banned and never looked back. I mean, I would question what you got banned for, and then I would say, well, maybe. It depends. Because, like, I've had friends get banned for really dumb reasons. But if you got banned for a legitimate reason, then, you know. Like, I actually had a dude in another server I was in who was upset that he got banned on Twitter for just saying the hard R. And I'm like, that's literally against their terms of service. You do realize that you asked for that, practically.
yeah, if you could just not say that.
Yeah. The original Xenoblade is one of the best games I've ever played. Yeah, I agree.
I like how quickly you were just like, oh yeah. No question.
Because I've ranted enough about how much I love
No debate.
Xenoblade on this stream.
No debate, no question.
Does anybody really want to hear me rant on and on again about... Again, mind you, about how much I love Xenoblade?
I mean, I don't, but...
No. I like that, yeah, I like that. I like how Jesus Garcia is just like, no.
That's fair.
And I don't blame him whatsoever. I hold no ill will towards him for that answer. Ah, God. Bless America. Yeah! Rhine time! Yeah. And the weird thing is, like, Alright, I'm gonna take off and watch some videos, probably NASCAR related. Y'all take care. Alright, hey, have a good time. Have a good time, mechanical guy. Have a good night.
Well, thanks for just saying goodbye to somebody who's in my stream.
Oh, I'm sorry that I got to somebody in chat before you did. Maybe you should have been paying attention. I'm messing with you, obviously.
Ted?
Yes.
Ted?
I'm joking. That was not...
Ted, I will kill you.
I will kill you. See, the thing is that I've known you now for like 5 years, and I know for a fact that you were not kidding.
Yeah.
Josh, this is your stream.
I know.
I censor myself literally to comply with your stream rules.
I know.
Uh-oh. Please die. Thank you. Really, history of the dark friend. My name is Teddy.
No, your name is History of the Dark Friend.
Oh God, are we
Your
really gonna bring it-
existence.
No.
Your
no,
existence
stop.
is being my friend.
No, dude,
When
stop.
people think of you,
I
they
actually,
really think of me.
I actually have like borderline PTSD from. I hate that short now. Well, no, because like if I like, I don't know if I should explain why on stream, but without giving away too many specifics. Remember what happened last year? To me, in particular, that I came to you guys for support about?
Yeah, that was that dude's name.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Again. But, good lord. If there's one thing I will absolutely give Meat Canyon, it's like he's found a genre and he is sticking with it. Do I look like a real boy, Papa?
Ish. But I cannot wait any longer, Papa. I must become
a real
flesh
boy, I must consume flesh
and bone.
and bone. And then what's the one, like, with Jawbreakers?
Kevin. Kevin. Have you ever wanted to see something so perfect, so pure?
The
To
Willy
see-
Wonka one actually
to
really
see-
creeped me out.
To see God. Kevin.
Like that-
25
that-
cents, Kevin.
That Willy Wonka one actually freaked me out a lot. It's not like when they parodied that in Family Guy. Actually, I should say when they parodied that in Family Guy for, I believe, the second time. Yes, we're trying to do the Ed, and Eddie Meat Canyon,
Well, no, Ed Gein. That's a serial killer.
Wait, what?
Ed Gein. He's one of the most... Well, you know, it's funny. He's one of the most famous serial killers because of how much... Like, he influenced Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He influenced a whole bunch of stuff.
I'm really into true crime stuff. I've never heard of him.
You never heard of Ed Gein?
No, I've heard of, like, the big ones like Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy. I've never heard of Ed Gein. What did he do?
Ed Gein... Woman's suit.
Oh.
He's that guy.
Oh.
Which is, yeah, I was about to say, Cole. Everyone assumes like, you know, he's like people consider him a serial killer, and he probably would have been if he hadn't been caught. To be fair, but he really didn't kill. He only killed 2 women. He may have actually killed his brother, though. That was never proven, though. It's believed he may have. But what Ed usually did was he was mostly a grave robber, and he would make everything out of parts of people, and he was trying to make a woman's suit at the point when he was arrested.
Weirdly enough, that kind of reminds me a tiny bit of a dude who was a serial killer back when the Soviet Union was still a thing. I forget his name right offhand, but his whole shtick was that he used to be a former school teacher, and he would constantly stalk railway stations for kids, and he was only caught.
Wow, anytime you want to stop this story, that'd be great, because this is already sounding really bad.
Well, I was going to stop by saying that when he was only caught after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and Russian officials sought help from the FBI and were able to kidnap him, and then he was
Kidnap him?
or not kidnap, capture him. Sorry. And then
We're going to kidnap this child murderer. Yes, I don't.
Well,
Not
that's
the.
thing.
I mean, that's not wrong, but that's not really how I would have put it.
Yeah. Also, 2 innocent men were tried and executed for that dude's crimes, and then once he was
That
convicted
sounds
of
like the
all-
Soviets.
Yeah, but once he was convicted of all 52 murders, he was executed by gunshot to the head in, I believe, 1994. I think his name was Andre Chikatilo.
That still sounds like the Soviets.
Andre, was that like Andre Chikatilo? I think was that dude's name. So yeah, yeah. According to General Spitfire, a
That's
fun
pretty.
fact about
I'm reading it now. That's pretty cool, General.
yeah.
I feel like I might have heard of him at some point, but I don't remember Cole. Yeah, I mostly, I mean, to be fair, Cole Phelps, like, you can know stuff about that and not be crazy. Like, true crime documentaries and, like, true crime podcasts are, like, all the rage nowadays, so...
I mean, by that logic, every woman in America would be crazy. Which actually might explain a lot. Oh, I'm gonna get banned for that remark.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to hear you say a damn other thing about me cursing after that one. Nope. Nope. That was awful. Good God, that was awful.
I'm not apologizing. See, General Spitfire agrees with me.
My mom has 3 sisters as well. Why biker clubs?
What about
What?
biker clubs?
I don't know, like, am I missing a joke here, Cole?
Oh, no, he may just like biker clubs.
Fair
Nothing to
point.
throw in there, though.
I don't have anything to say to that. Oh, you used to work at a biker bar, okay. I can kind of see how that kind of thing would rub off. About the closest I've ever come to, like, seeing anything regarding biker culture was, one of my favorite games for the PS4 was Days Gone. In fact, probably my favorite game for the PS4. But yeah. And I live in Minnesota, and Minneapolis has a chapter for the Hells Angels. Oh, okay. Okay, I follow you. Also grew up loving trains. Yeah. I mean, like... Excuse me. Part of the reason that my whole, like, persona as a paranormal detective thing came to be was because my dad, like, exposed me to horror from a very young age. So, that's kind of where that came from. Because I love horror, I have a really big passion for horror. You know, that's where that came from.
Hey, why is there 1% Communist Party in the USA right now?
What era is this taking place in?
Who the hell? It doesn't show me areas for political factions. It just shows me how. Who the hell's being communist? Not in my America. Twitter, get out of here!
What is this, destroy all humans?
Yeah, right.
Never could get into that game.
It really isn't a very good game. It just had a fun concept.
I mean, it was fun enough to spawn a sequel and a remaster.
Exactly,
and a
like
remaster of the sequel.
as legitimately quality experiences, they're really not very good from a mechanics perspective. It's just the concept is so fun that people enjoy it. Like Emmer loved those games.
Not green. Wait, who did?
Emmer.
Ah.
Oh, he thought that were they was like they're very much they are a B movie type of game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
or-
I see it like in the same vein as like the SpongeBob remaster.
I wouldn't say quite like that, but maybe to a certain degree.
Like, they were games that, like, pretty much, like, I feel half the reasons that those remasters exist, like, both of the Destroy All Humans series and of Battle for Bikini Bottom, was because of a bunch of people like me, you know, played those games when we were kids, and, you know, we really enjoyed them. Also, to be fair, a big part of the reason that the SpongeBob remaster got made was because of the fact that the speedrunning community like heavily funded that game. I also really enjoyed GTA 4 Lost in the Damned and the Sons of Anarchy. Yeah, I've never played GTA 4 Lost in the Damned, and I've never seen a single episode of Sons of Anarchy, so I can't really say anything on that front. I do know that apparently, like, Sons of Anarchy was a really good show until the last season, which really seems to be a pattern for TV
I was gonna say that
shows,
just
now that I think
sounds
about it.
that just sounds like every show.
Like, whether it's...
I'm having trouble thinking of any of a show that had a good last season.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
That's not something I like talking about.
You do not like Avatar, I assume.
I never understood that. Everyone's like, it's the greatest show ever. Oh my god, I love it. Like, I just never thought it was anything special. Like, I don't think it's bad. I just never got why everyone thought it was so great.
I will say I loved every single season of that show. I don't think there's a single bad episode. Like, there are some lesser episodes, but I think there are... We don't talk about Korra? No. I'm not talking about Legend of Korra. I'm talking about Avatar, like the actual Avatar series. Because the second we get into Korra, that's when I'm gonna start getting real personal about it, because no.
Are you?
Yeah, because I hate the Legend of Korra so much. It just wasn't as good as the original series. We don't talk about Uno games. You have Uno, you phrase I can't repeat because this is a PG stream. But either way, like, when it comes down to, Avatar, like, I've always loved them. It had a good idea, but the way it was done wasn't that good. I think the main issue I have with The Legend of Korra, honestly, is just the fact that I never really liked Korra as a protagonist as much as I liked Aang. No,
Brothers!
Oh,
We
no.
march on Berlin!
Oh no, he's talking about the last season of Sons of Anarchy. Okay, then never mind. Yeah, sorry. But like, like Sons of Anarchy, Dexter, Game of Thrones.
Berlin has fallen.
Apparently, the last season of The Walking Dead wasn't very good either. But honestly, I kind of blame that on the concept of like they were trying to make a show that was mainly about zombies last as long as it did. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Like, look, I'm the zombie guy, alright? Anybody in our friend group will say, like, I'm the zombie guy. And even then, like, the
Will we?
Yes.
Will we? Yeah, we will say that because you're so annoying about it.
As being born in the early 2000s, I remember watching a lot of movies like Inuyasha and Studio Ghibli films, though you should see The Wind Rises It Goes over the man who made the AM-60.
The man who made the AM-60, is that a plane? I'm going to assume it is based on the name The Wind Rises, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
The Zero was one of the principal aircraft used by the Japanese during World War II.
Okay. So I was right. I want to see Grave of the Fireflies. Oh.
No, you don't.
See,
You honestly, you really don't.
I have heard, because even though I never did talk with him personally, I do remember Emmer saying that is one of the few films that actually genuinely made him cry. So if that tells you anything, yeah. We don't talk about the Grave of the Fireflies.
We don't.
See, the sad part is that I still don't even know what the movie's about. I just know it's apparently, like, emotionally destroying.
Would you like me to give you the plot synopsis?
Please do.
World War II, fire bombings of Tokyo.
Enough said. Enough said. I mean, there's plenty of screwed up movies. I only want to see it. I mean, that's your prerogative, man. Just know that I realized I have my limits when it comes to seeing screwed up movies. There are several movies I have seen with, like, extremely messed up concepts, and I regret it wholeheartedly.
It's done, obviously it's done very respectfully from, the people who suffered because of that war.
Yeah.
Or one of the many groups of people that suffered, of course. The actual civilians of Japan, suffered because...
Fire bombings.
They hit us first!
They hit us first. Are you really gonna pull that card?
Yeah, I am. Because the Japanese military attempted to hurt our civilians, too. Like, people get on, people always bring up, you shouldn't, the coulda, woulda, shoulda. First of all, it's war, and it's shit, and people fucking die. It's terrible. I know I swore. Don't care. Second of all, if you want to sit there and pretend that the situation was reversed, do you really think Japan wouldn't have done that to our cities?
Oh, no, definitely not.
Yeah, exactly! So, don't start!
No, I get you. I get you on that one.
Like, I'm not saying I like it, but that's what happened. The whole point, like, half the bombing runs weren't even fire bombings. We were dropping leaflets.
Oh my god.
Begging, pleading for them to just surrender.
I mean, you know what the Japanese Navy did with the POWs? Yes, I do.
No, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, but
The Japanese did a lot of heinous stuff during the war.
I mean,
But we don't. It doesn't get brought up a lot because people are like, "Yeah, but you dropped nukes on them," and it's like, "Yes, we know." Also, the war ended because of it.
I mean, also, I generally think it's because, like,
We didn't torture our POWs. We didn't perform human experiments on captured civilians.
I also hate to say it like this because I don't know any other way to word it. So pardon me, because I don't mean to say this in an offensive way, but I just feel like the Nazis get way more attention when it comes to World War II related stuff.
That's because of the nature of the surrender. And the fact that... I explained this earlier. I think I was talking about it before you got here. But... Unit 731 with Japan did human experiments like the Nazis did in the concentration camps, right?
Yeah.
But places like Auschwitz were horrible. They were death camps, yes, but they were half labor camps too.
Uh,
So some of their prisoners were being kept around to do slave labor, right?
yeah.
I'm not saying that helps, but
It doesn't. It really, truly doesn't.
no, it doesn't. But hear me out on this. So the reason I bring it up is that the reason why why there were survivors to get to get from places like Auschwitz was because they were half labor camps. The Japanese units, like Section 30, like Unit 731, which was also doing human experiments and killing people, they were not labor camps at all. They were strictly for human experimentation. There were no survivors. Because there were no survivors around to tell the story.
Okay, hold on, because I want to address this. Cole Phelps, in all honesty, every single country has been shitty in war. Throughout history. That is not a thing that is exclusive to Japan.
I would not sit here and say that Japan is bad. Every country has skeletons in the closet. Every single one has historically done something heinous. It has happened to none of us are, no country is really innocent here. Okay? But my point is the reason why Japan's get lost in the fold for two reasons. One, there weren't survivors, so there was no one to be like, hey. And the fact that, frankly, after the war was over, and like there was some semblance of sympathy for the regular Japanese civilians at the time because of the nukes. Like, we knew their people had suffered. We didn't really want to drum up that. Also, we were dealing with the issue of Stalin and the Soviet Union, and we, as part of the surrender, arranged to receive the data they got from their experiments. Which is a questionable move, but it's one of those situations where it's like, ethically, there's so many problems. But if you don't do it, then, the people died for nothing.
I feel...
Or the Soviets get their hands on it, or something like that. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, how do you even deal with something like that?
I feel really bad that the first thing that jumped to mind when you started talking about that was how in Mass Effect 2, how you have the option to save.
No. If anything, no. When I first saw that scene in Mass Effect 2, I thought of this because I almost feel like that the writers of that scene were deliberately referencing this real world example.
Yeah.
I can almost guarantee that might be the case.
Yeah.
So that's not it. It's a totally reasonable thing to bring up because it's a very similar situation where it's like this data was obtained in a horrific, horrible, monstrous way.
But it did eventually. I mean, if you let it, it does help eventually lead to the survival of the crew.
Yeah, cause it's one of those moral quandaries where it's it's one of the best decisions in Mass Effect because it really is where it's like, well, if we can obviously ethically this is wrong, but if we get rid of it, then it's still viable data. Like, it's.
Yeah, for reference, for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, in Mass Effect 2 there's an entire side quest where there's two races, the Solarians and the Krogan. The Solarians developed essentially a biological thing that prevents the Krogan from breeding as much as they could, and they're basically dying because of it. There was another scientist who worked on there was a Solarian scientist who worked on a modification for it, whose name is Morden Solus, and he had a student, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, who did horrible, unethical experiments on the Krogan in an attempt to find some kind of cure for the genophage, that's what it was called. And the loyalty mission for Mordin in Mass Effect 2 has you going and uncovering the experiments, and you have the option to either completely destroy the data or save it in case you need it later. Because it's like, yeah, it was encountered. It was developed basically through torture, but
Exactly. It was obtained by horrific means, but if you don't use it, then those deaths really don't mean anything.
Yeah, and if you use the data in Mass Effect 3, it actually makes it so that there's a specific character in that game named Eve who survives.
For reference, I decided to save the data because logistically, it does make sense. As weird as it's one of those things where this feels wrong.
But it also could provide a cure later down the line.
But, what moral high ground are we standing on? Principle? Getting rid of the data won't bring the Krogans back.
Nope.
It won't, it won't help the situation. And it was the same issue for us at the time.
Yeah.
It was like, well, either we, don't get the data, maybe let it fall into Stalin's hands, or, we arrange to make sure we get the data and maybe actually put it to positive use to save lives in the future. And that's what we wound up doing. Because there was a lot of biological warfare and disease treatment that was in that data, because one of the things that Section 731 was doing was deliberately infecting people with horrific diseases just to analyze how they spread. Which is horrible and disgusting, but the data was viable. Naturally, I would never condone doing such experiments, but it was one of those situations where, either, if we throw it away, it's useless to nobody.
Or it's useful to nobody, you mean?
It's useful to nobody. It won't, we can't help anybody. And those people are still dead.
Yeah. I mean, hell, even when Mordin first finds out what he's been doing, he's tempted to kill the dude. The only way you can save him is if you do that.
I mean, you can... I was gonna say, you can let him kill him.
Yeah, no, you can let him kill him. But then, there's that Paragon interruption where Shepard's like, wait, no, Mordin, you don't want to do this. You're not a murderer. Because, he talks about,
And then Malin's like, yeah, you're not a murderer.
Yeah, he's got, that scared, smile on his face. And he's like, no, not a murderer. Thank you, Shepard.
Thank you, Shepard.
I love Mordin. He was such a good character. Sorry I went on, a rant about Mass Effect. It was just, that was immediately what my mind jumped to. Whew. Ugh, I'm getting lightheaded. It's probably not good. Oh my god. History is not for the faint of heart, no. We as humans have a lot of skeletons in our closet in terms of history.
Every species does.
I mean, yeah. Is there really any innocent species on Earth?
Life is inherently destructive.
Life, finds a way. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, good lord. My favorite railroad is the Reading Railroad.
Reading.
Is it pronounced Reading?
Yes!
I've always pronounced it Reading.
Well, you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
Because it can be read, well, you're right, it can be read both ways, but in this context, that
Does
refers
it mean
to
it
a
can be read
place.
both ways?
That could be, shut up. That could be, that is referring to a place, and it's Reading.
Okay. I didn't know until I was way older that game was made as like to simulate what life was like during the Great Depression. Oh my god,
What?
please. Monopoly.
Monopoly was made to simulate capitalism.
But was it not like made during the Great Depression?
Well, yes, because at the time people blamed capitalism for the problem. Which is debatable.
God, why? Oh, what is wrong with me right now? I mean, heck, I even like how in Mass Effect, like, one of the things that it actually touches on is that, like, none of the species in Mass Effect have a completely clean slate.
Well, yeah.
All of them have done bad things. Cole Phelps is asking, what's the scariest movie you've ever seen?
Teddy's stupid face.
Haha, actual answer.
I don't know. I don't really watch horror movies that often.
Really?
Don't.
Alright. I don't really know what I would say the scariest horror movie I've ever seen is. I mean, I could start a controversy in the chat and say that I didn't think The Exorcist was nearly as scary as everybody made it out to be, but you know. In terms of, like, the scariest movie I've outright seen, I don't know. There's a couple. Honestly, I kind of think, for as much as it's aged, I think Poltergeist still has a lot of scary moments. And even just the concept alone, where it's like, you know, a family dealing with their daughter being trapped in essentially purgatory. Like, I can see how, like, for a father, that would be, like, especially, like, you know, like, terrifying.
Oh, you think?
I mean, you're the, I mean, one of us here is a father, and it's not me, so...
I'd kill that ghost.
You can't kill ghosts.
Maybe not with that attitude.
You'd find a way. I know you'd find some way. It'd be like what was in, like, Supernatural, where they have, like, salt, like, shell shotguns? You'd probably do something like that. Meanwhile, like, again, like, I don't really have much to say because, like, I'm not a father, but, like, you know, I don't know what that feeling is actually like. But I can say that I do think that a lot of, you know, what that movie had to offer still holds up today. Just on concept alone. Can't speak for the sequels, unfortunately, but no, that original movie is a classic, and I love it. I remember as a kid, the scariest movie I ever saw was Tucker and Dale versus Evil, but that was when I was 7 and I had no tolerance for horror, and I saw the scene where the kid jumps into a wood chipper. Oh my god.
fair, I would rather not see that.
No, I wouldn't either. It's like that scene in Maximum Overdrive where the kid gets run over by a steamroller.
Maximum Overdrive is a great movie, by the way.
Really? I've always heard
I-
I've always heard awful things about it, but I've heard like it's very fun.
Everyone should fight me. I love Maximum Overdrive.
It also still holds the title of being the only movie that Stephen King has ever
Directed, yes.
yeah, directed.
He doesn't remember it because he was high the entire
Yeah,
time.
even he said like basically the co-writer and director of that movie was Coke. So
Which actually explains a lot.
wow. But yeah, no.
Just saying.
I mean, like he's even admitted that about like it as well. Like how he said, like he basically has admitted the co-writer of it was cocaine. So I remember there were like some unfounded rumors that Steven Spielberg apparently came to help out with some of the, or was it Spielberg or George A. Romero? I forget. Who came to help out with Maximum Overdrive's development. Or not development. Well, you know, development because well, it Stephen King, even he himself says he did, like you said, he doesn't remember doing most of it. Yes, rock salt. Thank you. That is what I was talking about. Thank you, Cole Phelps. It's just been a hot minute since I've seen Supernatural. But I remember they did that in one of the earlier seasons. That's how they were like dealing with demons and ghosts. Because I was like I saw that show and I'm like, okay, there's no feasible way that you can like shoot a shotgun at a ghost and expect it to do anything.
Salt.
Yeah.
So at this point in the game, history has defied itself. I took Berlin way faster than I did, would in reality, and Stalin has not pushed the Germans back to Berlin either, which is frustrating. Also, Stalin actually isn't part of the Allies. He's in his own little world, still fighting Hitler, but not actually on our side, which is a concern. But I'm going to turn my attention to the Japanese, because I'm getting sick and tired of not being able to deal with them, and I just threw my entire navy into the Pacific, and hopefully they'll be able to do something. But a lot of the navy in this game is a very automatic thing, so you just kind of have to balance out where you deploy them and hope that they can deal with the enemy fleet.
Hey. I also like Maximum Overdrive because I have...
That's what I forgot to do. That my planes.
I also like Maximum Overdrive because I have a thing for horror movies about cars and trucks. And to be fair, yeah, that's about one of the few you're probably going to get. Fun fact, actually, my dad knows the director of one of the Stephen King movies. He knows Tom Holland. Which, if you don't know, he's the one who directed The Langoliers. Nothing?
Nope.
Okay. He actually, like, it was funny because, like, if I remember correctly, like, my dad told me that he, like, drew him, like, artwork that had all of, like, the movies, characters for, like, movies that he's directed in the past. And, like, he, like, pointed at the Langoliers and he's like, what the hell's that? And he's like, oh, it's the Langoliers. And he's like, oh, God, no, like, I think, like, I think he said, like, I think he, like, actually, like, was really angry at the way that movie turned out because, like, with the way that they were trying to do this...
I can get off. Wow, what's up?
With the way that they were trying to do the CGI with the Langoliers, they couldn't get them to work to look correctly.
Yeah, I'll get off.
So, there you go. Who remembers the Lone Ranger?
Yeah, I gotta get off.
Who remembers the Lone Ranger? I don't know a single person on the planet Earth who doesn't at least know about the Lone Ranger.
What's the Lone Ranger?
Shut up, Josh.
I'm just kidding.
My dad knew the pilot from the Twilight Zone movie. I'm sure you guys know about what happened on the movie. I actually don't. What happened?
Oh my god.
I've never watched a single thing relating to the Twilight Zone. What happened? Okay, Google.
Let's see. Twilight Zone movie accident. Oh god, what happened? On July 20th, this is from Wikipedia, so this might not be entirely correct. A Bell UH-1 Iroquois helicopter crashed at Indian Dunes in Valencia, California,
Yep.
California in the U.S. during the making of the Twilight Zone, the movie. The crash killed actor Vic Morrow and child actors Micah Din Lee and Renee Shin Yi Chen. I apologize for pronouncing those wrong. Who were on the ground and injured the 6 helicopter passengers. The incident led to years of civil and criminal action against the personnel overseeing the shooting, including director. Sorry, I was talking too fast. John Landis. And after the incident, new procedures and safety standards of the filmmaking industry were introduced. I never knew this happened.
Yeah, it was the director's fault, to be honest.
Why was it? What happened?
He had the helicopter fly low in a bad situation and had his actors walk underneath it.
Yeah, according to Wikipedia, it was caused by an issue with pyrotechnics.
Yeah, and the explosions around were so impactful that it caused the helicopter to lose altitude and crash and crush the actors, and like one of the kids was found in pieces. Okay, it was not a good situation.
That doesn't sound like a good situation. That sounds like the opposite of a good situation. Like, I'm not trying to encourage Wikipedia graffiti or anything, but like, I feel like if you looked up the word disaster, that would probably be right there.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ. I didn't know about this. That's actually really sad.
Oh, you think?
Yes! I mean, what else am I gonna say?
I don't know.
Like, I get that's a yeah, Captain Obvious moment, but still, like... God, that's actually depressing. I've never really known much about the Twilight Zone in particular. I know that, excuse me. I know, like, Night Springs and Alan Wake was, like, a direct parody of it. But that's about it. Yeah, my dad knew the pilot because thankfully he survived and is writing a book about the event from his perspective. That's actually really, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, respectful? I'm not sure if that's like the exact word I'm looking for, but I'm glad that, you know, his side of the story is at least getting out.
Yeah, because the pilot did the best he could in the situation. Like he knew and told him that he couldn't fly. He couldn't fly that close to the explosions for that exact reason. But the director wanted the explosions and the helicopter both in the shot.
And yeah, I guarantee you he's probably taken that to his grave.
Who remembers Twilight? The less people do, the better. What's your favorite plane, ship, or tank? I don't have one personally.
Teddy's not like us.
Not really, no. I am a gamer first and foremost. I can definitely say I have affinities for like certain types of like weaponry that was used historically, but that's about it. Like, if anything, I'm more of a gun nut, and I wouldn't even call myself that. I just like the history behind some of that stuff. Like, I don't own any weapons. I just like the history. On a lighter note, my godfather knew George Clooney before he got famous because my godfather made a B action movie in 1990. Oh my god. Oh, that sounds awesome. Again, like, I use that phrase just to describe more like I know more about guns than I do vehicles. I don't own a single weapon myself, and I
It's
don't
the
really
kind
want
of...
to.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the kind of screen that Kane would, like, have a seizure over.
Oh god, yeah, if Kane was here, he'd be screwed, I'm sorry. What's my favorite gun? I don't really have, like...
His stupid face.
Well, my stupid face could probably kill somebody, so hey, you know. No. In all seriousness, I don't really have a quote-unquote favorite gun. Like, I have guns that I usually like using whenever they're in video games. Like,
He only likes guns in the essence that he plays Call of Duty.
And
that's not a dig.
No,
that's a fact.
That is a fact. Like, Call of Duty, Battlefield, and all that jazz. I am definitely one of those people that watches that dude, like, is it Jonathan Ferguson that works for GameSpot, who like works for the Royal Armory in London. He like does all of those like comparison videos about like, you know, how accurate guns are in video games. I mean, I could, but like generally in terms of like stuff I like using in games, like I could go, you know, like I like using like basically any kind of bolt action sniper, like the AWP or whatever you want to call it, the L96. I like that. The AK-47. Like, I've always been more of a person who likes more like rugged weaponry in video games rather than like more futuristic weaponry, if that makes any sense. It's why, like, even in Cyberpunk 2077, when like they had like all those futuristic like smart pistols and stuff, I usually just stuck with a double-barreled shotgun because I like double-barreled shotguns. My dad ran into Gary Busey at a bar once in the 90s. What was his experience? We don't talk about Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is good. Fight me.
Don't. First of all, fight you. You haven't beaten it. I love Cyberpunk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I
that.
have to beat a game to like it, Josh.
It
I'm
suggests
sorry.
you didn't like it as much
I'm
as
sorry. I didn't know I had to beat a game to like it.
you didn't even get through halfway. Anyway, my point is that I adore that game, and the internet at large is just... ugh.
I still use your adage of Superman 64 whenever it comes to, like, you don't have to beat a game in order to talk about it.
I mean, yeah, but you like to interject in conversations where you know I'm about to speak, and then, like, you speak for me, and it gets really frustrating sometimes.
Sorry about that.
And I'm being stared at
By
right
what?
now and judged.
I never encountered any game-breaking bugs in Cyberpunk. All the bugs that I encountered were like little visual glitches, or like a character like holding the wrong object, of like in a cutscene. My dad ran into him as he was entering, and this was after his motorcycle accident. He was on edge and likely on drugs at the time. It was in the 90s. Oh, okay.
He was.
Did he... I at least hope, like, your dad was able to help him with whatever he needed. Then I'm lucky. I mean, again, like, it also probably helps that I played on what was apparently, like, the least problematic platform to play that game on, which was the Series X.
Well, and the PC version.
Well, yeah, but the PC version was a lot more, like, iffy. From, like...
No, it wasn't. It was fine. I played the PC version, Ted. Stop doing that.
I'm talking about, like, people's general experiences, Josh.
People's general experience. People decided one day to, in unison, decree that the game was bad and never let up on that. And it's been years, and that's the rule now. And that's fine. They can be wrong, but it wasn't that frickin' bad. It wasn't bad at all. It was like awesome. I love that game.
Definitely scratched like that whole sci-fi shooter itch that that I had.
It's not sci-fi. It's cyberpunk.
The difference being, are we really going into this again?
The difference is edge.
Oh my god. Are we really gonna do this? Are we really gonna do this?
I mean, I'm gonna do it.
Of course you are. No, this was like a bump. Oh, it was your dad just happened to bump in with him, wasn't friends with him. You just okay. I wish I knew people in Hollywood. My dad. I keep going back to my dad, but my dad is very into movies, so he knows people. Eric Goldman, or is it Eric Goldman, who used to be like a part of IGN Film Fest or whatever. He was actually friends with him in college. So there you go. They still talk to this day. Really, guy?
What?
I shot a rocket, and then my idiot of a teammate ran right in front of me as I shot it, so it blew up in my face and killed me. My grandma met a princess when she was in high school. Okay, this I gotta hear about. Never met anybody, like, of that stature, like that stature.
How have I not been YouTube pooped on? The heck does that mean? Are we referring to YouTube poops? I mean, somehow it's not... I'm pretty sure... I believe back in the day when YouTube poops were a thing, I was, at least once. I don't think it was a very good one, but I'm pretty sure it happened.
I mean, I used to live in LA, and I was like 20 minutes away from the Hollywood Strip, and I secretly wanted to be an actor, but I realized that dream was too much of an uphill battle. I see. I mean, to be fair, like, acting is something you can acquire skills for over a period of time. It's not like, I don't think I'm that good of an actor. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, you don't know until you put yourself out there, man.
Oh, look at Ted being all sweet and encouraging.
I am. Because I want to be a voice actor.
Kind of cute.
So...
That's the sound of a motorboat.
No, that's a sound of a pig on acid. So,
That too.
so Teddy, I have a question. Shoot, Samu. It's a long time ago, so the story is blurry for me. If I remember, it was the princess was in the U.S. for some reason. Though I had thought I had a huh. Personally, I'm studying for being a truck driver. All right. I think one thing I can't stand in video games. Apparently, overpowered Funk also has a question for you, Josh.
Last question, then I gotta get off because need to take a break.
All right. Well, so Samu, that's your last chance to shoot your question toward me as well.
I'm pretty much finished. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect much, if anything, from that channel. I keep it up because I know people like the videos on it, but I have no motivation. Zero motivation, in fact, to make, like, gaming content anymore. There's just no reason for me to. So it's like, why would I bother?
Yeah. Alright, if you've still got that question for me, Samu, then fire away. My grandpa had to show 24 items, 6 rifles, 6 horses, 6 pigs, and 6 bags of flour, all that to marry my grandma. I mean, I hope their marriage was at least good. Like, I don't know anything about your family. What do you think about cartoons from the early 1900s? Oh, are you talking about, like, how... well... It depends on what you mean. Because, like, I do like a couple of cartoons from the early 1900s. Like, I like Tom and Jerry and I like Popeye. Do I think that a lot of them are politically correct nowadays? No. In fact, if anything, I would say most of them are very...
Yes, they are!
In fact, if anything, I would say most of them are politically wrong. But I did grow up with a lot of old, like, Hanna-Barbera cartoons, so I have an affinity for that, like, kind of old thing. For, like, that kind of, like, old style of cartoon. It was actually one of the main reasons why I was really pissed about, Cuphead, because I wanted to play that game so bad, but I never bought it because I knew it was a game that was just going to piss me off because of how difficult it was. Plus, I'm not, like, all that good at platformers anymore, so... Yeah. So yeah, to answer your question, I do like them, but I fully acknowledge the... Oh my god. I fully acknowledge the faults that a lot of them have nowadays. But then again, that is more of a case of, like, I feel it's like retrospect and hindsight kind of are like the main reasons why, oh my god, why those why those cartoons had most of the problems that they did, because, you know, they were made at a time where it was, you know, it was widely socially acceptable to make fun of minorities. So there you go. I'm not saying I agree with that, you know, Lord knows I don't, but I am saying I get why that stuff exists. It's just the time period they were made in. But I always loved, like, the creativity of them. Like, the early Popeye cartoons in general, I thought, like, had great, like, creativity with the visuals. Uh-oh. Yeah, I love that show. Oh, Josh is already well aware of Azure Lane, General. Why is it always nighttime that this happens? It's always nighttime. It's always a nighttime with games where you just come across like the worst.
You still on about that?
The worst people imaginable to play with. Sorry. Well, I better sleep. Also, Darkness of Christian, my new favorite YouTuber. It's always funny how you slam dunk on trains that had problems.
That's what I do. It is my life now.
Yeah, well, hey, have a good night, General.
Yeah. I'm gonna